Hi, everyone. Welcome to Office Hours. If you are here on YouTube, click a little button down below or the little link down below, and you'll end up in Zoom. And there's a little link there. Click on that, and you'll end up in Mokana. And that's a place where you can ask questions and chat with each other and have good old conversation. The best thing to do is to ask questions and to vote on those questions because we really depend on you. If you're a listener, if you're an attendee here, you are the producer. You decide what we're going to talk about every day, all day during the show. So it's really, really important for you to get up there and ask questions. If you feel like you can answer some of the questions, you just need to get here early. 6:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is when we do the mic checks. And it's important to be here before then so we can make sure that you're ready for the show. If you're not sure you're ready and you want to come and test things or look at things, then come in early. We open the doors at 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and you can come in. A lot of times we're just chatting. But if you have something you want to check, come in early and check it. We're chatting because no one's asked to check anything. So feel free to come in, and we would love to have you. A lot of times people think that, that the panel is, we know a lot. We know a lot. Not any individual person here knows as much. So it's, whatever you have, whatever your experience is in media production or virtual production, or even producing, education, audio, all those things. If you have a specific area, then that's all we're looking for. There's more people to add to that kind of knowledge base. So we'd love to have you. Today we have first hour, of course, is general questions, anything you want to ask about media production or virtual production. The second 2 hours will be education. We do this every Saturday. It's one of my favorite conversations, and so we'll have those 2 hours, and then at 10 o'clock. We're going to have Ripple Training come back in. This is our final week with them. Now we're going to talk about exporting, but it's opened. So if you've got any questions as you went through those tutorials, this is your best time to ask them. Any page, any subject matter that you want to cover, go ahead and put those in and just make sure to tag them as resolved. There's tags that you can add to your questions as you ask them. You don't have to tag the first hour, but tag education and resolve so that we can see that as we go forward. All right. And TJ is going to be asking the questions today for stand-in for Bill. So TJ, what do we got?
All right. Good morning, everybody. Our first question is from Eric Hall from Mount Vernon, Washington. And Eric asks, if you take Zoom app audio out in Audio Hijack to WLM meter, does the speaker volume in Zoom affect the levels?
Go ahead, Mickey.
If you bring Zoom in directly as an app and not route it any other way, then the volume slider in Zoom will not affect it.
There you go. Next question. Oh, Leo, I'm sorry, I missed you. Did you have your hand up? Good.
So I use it with Sound Source, which is very similar, and no adjusting the sound levels in Sound Source does not adjust the WLM meter.
Perfect. Next question.
All right. Paul Wallace from Austin, Texas asks, besides Schy, who here does their own show or contributes to a show of some sort? What is the impact of office hours on your show?
Go ahead, Leo.
So a number of shows I deliver has had an amazing impact. I'd say the first impact that it's had has been on the metering and pre-show setup. So the experiences that from here have been gone across and has made a much better production. The second impact has been my own show, which is Synagogue Tech, is basically based on this show on a similar format, not only for the metering, but then actually on the communication and how we ask questions and telling people that I no longer accept questions verbally.
which is kind of life-changing, isn't it? Like when you get into the questions and they're all text, it's a better show. Anyway, Ken.
Well, my show isn't out yet, but making content for a YouTube channel. One talking about Zoom, the other one talking about actually what my wheelhouse is in terms of web development. And it's been well, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I wouldn't have had even the confidence to do it if it wasn't for office hours and the discipline of. That's why I encourage anyone who is a participant, a viewer like I was for many, many months, to actually make that leap and to become onto the panel, it gives you a discipline. You learn more about your equipment. There's a faster way of learning about your camera and the ATEM or whatever piece of equipment by the discipline of coming on the panel every day or when you can. It really is, yeah. So my knowledge has come from there way up, and got confidence now, yeah, launch a YouTube channel. So I'll be back on here and asking you guys to have a critique. Anyway,
That's great.
Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Jeffrey?
Yeah, I have my own brand, and so I've been doing shows since 2007, and in podcast and video form. And then of course, Office Hours has helped me the most recently, because like I said, in shows past, I built a couple home kits, and we've been doing some at-home recording, not Zoom stuff, but basically recording to save to disk type stuff. And that's helped me a ton to try and get that. So I know that there's people at my fingertips that can help me if I need it. Thank you.
Chad. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Chad, and then Guy.
So the work that I do for my clients, we now run through metering, as Leo was saying earlier. Our sound quality is greatly improved, and the clarity and the confidence of the advice that I give to those clients in setting up their studios is far improved.
Good. Guy.
Yeah, we do some Zoom webinars for a product we have called One Button Studio, and comms for one. We have Tucker. We got everybody on that, and that's helped tremendously. The ability to go on like 10, 15 minutes before and warm everybody up avoids that entire last minute frenzy of like, oh, did you forget this? Did you forget that? So we do like a little pre-show talk, and that's helpful. The other one is, yeah, WLM meters. We use Ulean, but same type of thing where everybody's at the same level. So having the back channel, warming up the audience ahead of time. And yeah, those are probably the biggest ones that I've walked away with.
That's great. John?
So I'm planning on doing a D&D channel on YouTube, and this, the Ripple training has really helped me figure out how to edit the videos, and also the questions I've been able to ask of the panel, and especially your input, Alex, on planning a show, has really helped me with one caused me to delay the launch because I realized I wasn't quite ready, but it also has given me the skills and tools I need so that when I do launch, I will be more likely to succeed.
That's fantastic. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Next question.
David Brady from New York comes in with ATEM Extreme ISO just arrived. What does the panel use to plan out signal path and patching? Have an ISO Mini and ISO Extreme and Monoprice HDMI 4-in, 2-out matrix router to move stuff around. Looking to make sense of the spaghetti.
All right, go ahead, Peter.
OmniGraffle.
Yeah, I think on a Mac, OmniGraffle is probably the most popular. I mean, I've been doing wiring diagrams for a long time.
I mean, on a PC, you could do if you really want.
Sorry, say it again.
On a PC, you could do Visio.
Yeah, Visio is great. I know some folks that use AutoCAD. There's some specialized wiring diagram software as well that you can use. Go ahead, Jonas.
John Barker, which is also in our Discord, has something in his beta. It's called H2R Gear, and it actually only allows you to connect connectors that are connectable. So you have a device like an ATEM, and then you can just plug in HDMI into there. So that's pretty helpful.
That's great. Go ahead, Schy.
I will note that Chris Fenwick gave me a beautiful keynote document with icons of the different graphics rather than just boxes. And I was geek shamed because they weren't square boxes and with the name of a component on them. And so consequently, Benjamin actually shamed everybody and said, hey, if you've written it down, you're ahead of everybody else.
Well, I'll show you. This isn't my current home wiring diagram because I'm kind of in the middle of it, but this is what I had before. Let's see if I can pull this up here. So this is what mine looks like in OmniGraffle. So what you have here is that, I used to use a lot of pictures, in that process, but the problem is that you just can't really show the routing well. So what I do is I'll create one big box here that is the like that is whatever it is. And so in this case, this was the first home kit that I had built here when we started office hours, where I had a video hub, and then I had a 4ME, which became something, became a Constellation. And the now what I do is I take these little boxes and I just copy them all the way down. And the reason I do that is so that the one of the things that becomes problematic if you don't do that is getting these things to snap to their center. So by having them snap to their center there, I can make that work. And so I have a couple other things. I don't like things crossing over, as you can see. So I do as few, like this is always considered like worst case scenario for me, is to have any wire go over top of another one. But for everything, I just set up my in and outs for each one of them as I work through it. Usually my inputs start up here, and then you'll see that, in this case, what I have is kind of a backup. So I have a backup to one switcher and then another switcher, was kind of how this was, set up here, and then monitors and so on and so forth. So this is what mine look like. You can set these up to automatically do squares. So I'm not drawing these in squares. I like tap here and then tap here, and it works, and so it's a relatively, straightforward process. But anyway, maybe we'll do we ought to probably show that's probably a good second hour if someone puts it in, is just like how people draw those out. Might be useful. I always show my home kit because it's the only one I can show. Anyway, so next question.
Jeffrey Powers from Madison, Wisconsin says, Earth Hour is today. What ideas will implement to your studio to save power and money?
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
I've got 4 12-volt batteries lined up that I'm going to hook up to an inverter and get everything in my studio. And I'm doing I'm sound checking myself while I'm doing this too. I guess I'm good. Okay. Am I good, Mickey? Sound good?
2-3 dB down, but
okay, I'll pump it up. But anyway, yeah, inverter, batteries.
Yeah, go ahead, Schy.
Well, as we're moving into the 8-week opportunity of creating an amazing experience with Madeline, I'm physically considering where do we go, because the transportation, how many people have to do the transportation, the parking, and then the transportation back. So the commute that I used to do from Ventura to Santa Monica or Burbank, I didn't used to think about it. I have that opportunity to think about now. I could be doing the show from my home. Now, then you have to take about the economics of your family life. And so just because you can do it in your bedroom doesn't mean you should.
Ken?
Well, for me, I'm only using one studio light, and I've got daylight from this window. So that's my contribution, is a slight saving on my electricity bill.
One thing that I think that definitely affected my use of electricity in general was being able to tie all my lights to HomeKit, so I could turn them all off and turn my kit on and off without having to go around and click things. So being able to make it easy for me to flip everything on and off definitely has me turn it on and off a lot, as opposed to getting around to it only once a day or so. so making things just easier to turn on and off helps a lot. Next question.
Leo Mendel from London and of the panel this morning says, I have a Nanlite PavoTube II 6C. It says it is addressable and controllable from a phone, but I can't work out how. Has anyone been able to do this?
Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, you need to get the little wireless adapter. I believe it's around 150 US. That would do the bridge from your mobile device going to the actual light fixtures.
So it's not built into the light. It's something that needs to be added to it. Got it. Yep. Okay. But do you just need one bridge for all the lights?
Yes, I believe you could have up to 200 or 300 channels per bridge.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to check that out. Next question.
Eric Hall from Mount Vernon, Washington again. Unable to get a Blackmagic Designs Micro Studio 4K to send video or effect cam controls using SDI or the Blackmagic BiDirectional 3G, and then HDMI out to the ATEM Mini Pro ISO. What am I doing wrong?
Go ahead, Eric.
Well, that's pretty much it. I just followed the diagram that I found. There isn't a whole lot of documentation in terms of how to do this that I'm finding. No nice YouTube videos or anything like that. But I did follow actually the marketing diagram that Blackmagic had online. There's nothing in their documentation about how to do this.
So, and the camera is set to, is the camera set to 4K or 2K? Or to like 1080p?
I don't know. I would assume it's the default. It's the default.
So that, right, which will be 4K, and that's a 3G bidirectional converter. So it may not even see it. So what I would set your SDI out, set your camera to 1080p, 2997 or whatever you want to do, and try it then. I think that might be the solution. Go ahead, Nick, and then Roscoe.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think the SDI input is where the control of the camera gets into the camera, and it doesn't care what the SDI output of the camera settings are. So like when I'm controlling that exact camera using Blackmagic's Arduino board, my camera is at UHD, but the Arduino board is only putting out 1080, and that control works fine. So
well, no,
main thing,
yeah. So for the return,
think,
you're right,
yeah.
But the issue is that he can't see HDMI from this little box when the SDI goes in, and this is set. Correct. This is a 3G bidirectional, which means that the video going, he's not having trouble controlling the camera. He's having trouble getting the camera to come out the other end. And so the issue is that I think that going in here, it has to be 3G, not 6G or 12G.
It has to be, it has
so you
to
have
absolutely
to
be.
Step that camera down, and when you turn that little camera on, it'll be set to 4K. It'll be 2160 by probably
I'll
25
that
frames
sounds
a second.
like just you gave it to me. I haven't tried that, so that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have at least a new attempt. I don't know if I have the solution. Go ahead, Roscoe.
No, you're good. You gave them all the right answers. So,
all right. Next question. Oh, go ahead, Leo. Sorry, I missed you there.
Only quickly, the 3G is the giveaway. 3G is 1080p,
right?
And that's it. Anything beyond 1080p is when you're going to 6G
or 12.
And Blackmagic is pretty good at putting on their devices what they can and can't do. So you'll see 6G, 12G, 3G, that kind of thing, and that usually will tell you the maximum of what it's able to manage. Go ahead, Guy.
I'm just making sure that he's got these both connected. So on the camera, there's an SDI in and an SDI out. If I remember right, it's the SDI in that has the return.
But he's trying to get, he can't see the video.
I have them both connected.
Oh, can't see the video? Wow.
Yeah, because it was set to 4K going into a 3G converter, I think. So
I couldn't see video, nor did I have camera control. I mean, none of those things.
And both are hooked up though, both SDIs?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the first thing I would do is try that and come back tomorrow and tell us whether it worked. That's your homework, or even do it now while we're in the show. And then later in the show, just tell us whether it's working. That would be even faster for you. Then you don't have to wait a whole nother day. All right. Next question.
Okay. Frank Henney from Ottawa says, have there been any new developments in finding COVID masks that work well with microphones?
So go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, I mean, the Broadway has some what they're called singer's masks. They look like duckbills, but they still mess up the sound so badly that really the solution has been to put people 12 feet apart. Protocol is 6 feet apart. Put people 12 feet apart. Run an hour between any singing. Anyways, just space people out a lot more is really the way to deal with it.
But I think the question is also, even if you're having, like a lot of times when it works pretty well with comms. I'll see if I can find my headset. I think I took it down to the office, but if I can pull it out, I have one of the duckbill ones. It looks goofy, but but we can see if I can get it up for you so you can hear what it sounds like in that process. Go ahead, TJ, and then JJ.
Alex, did you ever get your Bane mask thing worked out that you were talking about 9 months ago?
No, I have a Bane mask. I got the Bane mask because for those of you who are listening, we had this thing that I desperately wanted to go to Whole Foods with the Bane mask on. When the masking all started, I wanted to go taking my mask to the Whole Foods and go to Bane mask and go, "Are you looking for the bananas? They're not here." So and just start walking around doing random Bane impersonations. And I chose not to. I thought too soon. All right. Next question.
Okay, here we go. Nick Justishin from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania asks, looking for recommendations on a sub $100, up to 110-ish, or up to $100 is okay. Desk-mounted mic boom arm. Do any panelists have some recommendations to offer?
So, yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, we were discussing a little bit before, and I do like the blue compass. Like I said, it is over the desk, so it will, be in the way a little bit. But it might be balanced more for the Blue Yeti mic, which could be part of it. But once I tightened up the screws, and there's like 3 of them, it worked very well for me in my position. I know Jeffrey did not enjoy his.
Go ahead, TJ.
I'm using the Heil arm that comes, I can't remember the name of it. I think they only make the one. It was relatively inexpensive. It also is an up over the top kind of arm, which for my situation works well to get over all the stuff here on my desk. And it was like $80 or something like that.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeffrey.
Yeah, first of all, on that compass, it was about the tension rod, and I didn't know about the loosening of that. That's what changed on that one. But my only recommendation is make sure that you get one. If you get one with springs, make sure that those springs are covered in some way. Otherwise, you're going to get some weird reverbs coming out of your microphone.
And the one that we talked about a little bit, and I was trying to get this phone up. I think I grabbed the wrong phone. Just give me 1 second here. Let me see if we can pull it up. The one that I was talking about is not $100. But I'll show it to you anyway. Hold on, let me pull it up here.
Go ahead and show.
I'll show it to you. I know that, and all I'll say is that I spent a lot of time and a lot of money trying to avoid buying this arm, because this arm, we were in Dallas at an arena, and they had a podcast studio, and they had these arms, and I was like, oh, this is the arm, but I just kept on going, I'm not going to spend money on this arm, because every time I saw the price, it made me upset. But please excuse the mess in my office here. Hold on. All right, so this is the arm that I have. This is the Ultima arm. So I just have it, attached here. And then I have, the big thing is this. So it swings right on this hinge. And then I've got more joints up here that I can, kind of adjust exactly how I want the mic to go. And it is, for me, it was kind of, because I'm here all the time, it's kind of life-changing, because it's just, when I'm talking to someone, when I want to get out or I want to move back, I can just swing this out, swing it back in. It also, because it's low profile, it goes underneath all my monitors, and it's great. It's expensive. It's like $300 and some, I think, or $280 or something. It's not a cheap arm, but because I spend, 5 or 6, 7 hours a day sitting here with this thing, I felt like, it was driving me crazy to try to get this mic in just the right place and just constantly be wrestling with it. And I couldn't do an over arm, because as soon as I did that, I've got 5 monitors here. So it becomes this, problem for me as far as having something go up and over. Go ahead, Leo.
So can you just repeat on mic what the name of that arm was, because we couldn't hear, and
yeah, sorry,
we just want to order it before Amazon runs out, because anything you mention on here, DVE and Amazon are out of stock about a minute later.
Yeah, just want to make sure I say the right one. It's the OC White, and it is, although it's it's an OC White, and it is the Ultima. I guess just Ultima is what it is. And I'll post a link in Mocana real quick. I'll go find the one that I actually bought to make sure. There's a whole bunch of them, and they all have different solutions. The one thing I don't buy, the little clamp, the little mic clamp that they sell you for $30. It doesn't fit on a fold-out table, like a standard 6-foot fold-out table. It doesn't close all the way up. So, but I had another mic stand. It is a standard input, so you can use a cheaper one for that. Anyway, but yeah, I just.
So you've got a $300 mic stand and a $30 table.
No, I have a really nice 6-foot fold out. I don't skimp on my fold outs. So these are wood, high quality fold out. We used to buy Pixelcore we got into the habit of buying this one style of wooden table that we could mount things to. And so it's not it's not an expensive table, but it's still like $160 fold out table. It's not a $10 one. Paul?
For if you don't have a an Alex handy or part of an Alex, and let me check my I'm good, Mickey. There are $80 versions of this on Amazon. I don't know how they work, but they're out there. I don't know. I can't speak for it because I haven't tried it.
I don't know which one is which, but I can tell you I bought 2 or 3 of those. That's why I now have this one, was because I went through a whole bunch of lower cost ones, and I just kept on going, well, that's not going to work, and that's not going to work. And I wish I had sent them back immediately. Anyway, it just depends on how much time you're going to spend on it. Anyway, next question.
Rick Combs from Columbia, Tennessee asks, I'm using Netgear routers in a couple of locations, and both have dropped the handshaking between the charter modem and the router. Power cycling seems to fix this. Why is this doing this, and can you recommend a good router?
The first thing I would look at is if your switch, if they have any kind of eco settings. Eco settings are the devil. Like from a deep level of hell. Eco settings are not your friend. They're good if you have a really big company and you're trying to save a little bit of money or whatever. I can see how it might make a difference someday. But as a user, the first thing you should do on any switch or router is go in and turn off all the eco settings, because what it's doing is constantly turning off, and it causes all kinds of trouble in the network, especially if you're doing anything complicated like Dante or any kind of real-time audio communication. But I don't trust any of that stuff, so I just turn everything off I can turn off in the switch or the router. Go ahead, Mickey, and then John.
I'm curious if Rick might be using the routers as access points. If he is, then put them on bridge mode so that your internal network is actually on the same. They're on everything. All the devices are on the same network. If you're using it as using the routers as repeaters, don't do repeating. Just don't.
Go ahead, John.
Something I've found over the years is that commodity devices like the Netgear tend to wear out over 2 or 3 years and need to be replaced, in my opinion. It's just the things I've seen. I like, if you're looking for recommendation, I have an Asus router, and those are really high end, but mine currently needs to be replaced because after 5 years, it's starting to have some issues like you're describing. So I think that's just a common thing that all routers end up with at some point due to micro fluctuations in the power cycles, well, I didn't have mine originally on an uninterruptible power supply, but I do think that just budget for replacing them every 2-3 years, and you will less likely to have these kinds of issues, especially if you're spending $100 to $200 on those things or less.
Right, go ahead, JJ, and then Jeffrey.
So I would very seldom use anything you buy at Best Buy anyway, generally. So if you really have a mission critical design wherein you have to have something that's commercial grade, I look into 40net solutions, and when you can, design a network and infrastructure that has a router routing, not a router combination, which is a router switch modem firewall in one, but a router routing, a switch switching, firewall doing its work. So each device does what it's supposed to do at the best capability it can, and then something that's backed by a company that has firmware upgrades, because as vulnerabilities exist, as they come up, that you can actually upgrade to match and meet those new vulnerabilities when they appear. So Fortinet or Cisco, not Netgear, not Linksys, not D-Link ever.
Jeffrey, and then Eric.
Yeah, Netgear and Linksys, those are mostly consumer routers. And to add to what Mickey said on bridge mode, best not to actually use a router on a router. It's better to use an unmanaged switch to a router and not overload the unmanaged switch, because most of these routers have 1 gigabit, and then you put on like multiple switches that are pushing 1 gigabit itself. It's still 1 gigabit going back and forth, but with the unmanaged switch, there's no control there, so it's not going to try and do anything, even if it's set to bridge mode. So it's best to just go straight through.
The other thing is, I just noticed that you're saying multiple places, and it just depends on. I'm going to give you the if you are building up into multiple locations, think about some kind of VPN system that is going to tie all those locations together. It will be much easier to administer everything down the road. Ubiquiti makes some pretty good hardware. What we use is our Meraki's, which are the more expensive but really easy to use systems, and well, relatively easy. We have Aaron Mailer that helps us with ours, so he sets it all up, and then it's easy for us to administer after Aaron does what he does. So, but those will help you tie multiple locations in and have them all act as if they're in one office. And so if you're really installing in multiple locations, eventually you'll find that that's a good investment. Eric?
Yeah, I would agree with everything that's been said here, particularly the comment about Ubiquiti. I'm very pleased with what Ubiquiti has been able to do, but particularly I want to emphasize the UPS. I think the UPS is a real important component, and that saved many a router for me, having it on an uninterruptible power supply.
That's great. Yeah, absolutely. They definitely do not like having their power turned on and off all the time. So if you're having any kind of fluctuation, it's not something a switcher or router will like. Next question.
Edwin Ruiz from Chicago asks, hello all. Over the last few months, I've fallen in love with TeamViewer for controlling near and far PCs and Macs, and wondered if free to lower cost options exist.
This is such a common thing. It's like TeamViewer is great. How do we not use it? It's kind of the common thing. Go ahead, Paul, and then Doug.
Yeah, this is what I think Leo has it as his sponsor. It's PC Remote. It's fantastic, but it only allows 10 computers. If you go beyond 10, then you got to start paying for it.
Oh, that's great. Go ahead, Doug.
I was a big TeamViewer back in the day, and did love it. But I have found one called Splashtop. It's very, very similar. But one thing Splashtop does not do that I wish it did was that in TeamViewer, you can TeamViewer into a TeamViewer, and you can go multiple computers to multiple computers. So Splashtop, you can't do that. You have to log in from one computer going to many. And if you stay connected and you go to a different computer, you can't get to other things. Like, and I have, 20 plus computers on my network, and you can add users too. So if you need multiple people to do it, it is, but the cost, it's $99 a year compared to TeamViewer.
Yep. Go ahead, JJ.
So kind of one of the precursors for this was VNC, and real VNC has actually gone above and beyond with the ability with Intel processors to actually log in directly to the BIOS prior to boot up. So if you needed to work on a server remotely, real VNC installed on your device allows you to do that. Now, if you're looking for a low cost and free solution, Chrome now has the ability to do remote desktop, so you can do it through a browser. And if you do something like Radmin, you can RDP from Radmin is available, freely available VPN type cloud solution. So you can VPN to the cloud with a virtual VPN, and then you can connect to your other devices using something like remote RDP, remote desktop. But Chrome has it built in if you're looking for something free.
Go ahead, Charles.
So coming from a designer animator point of view, I know some of the 3D guys that I work with, they use Parsec, and it was based on gaming. So the lag is very, very low. And for them, it controls the 3D software better than TeamViewer because it translates things properly. So for them, it's been a great thing, but that's the one that I would suggest if you're going to control the app like Cinema 4D, Maya, anything like that. Like if you're inside of Resolve and you need something to react quickly and to play back with sync audio and video, that's the one that I've seen.
Interesting. Guy, and then Roscoe.
Yeah, yesterday was my first time using TeamViewer for something video, and man, it was awful compared to what I've been used to now that I've been using the good stuff. So I know he's looking for a free, so I don't want to say Teradici because it's $250, but Parsec, I've used Chirig's.
And how much is Parsec?
It's free, but then there's another layer up to get 444 color. And so that's the thing is if you want 30 frames per second, you want, the clarity if you're working with Photoshop files, or if you're working with, like Charles was saying, with Maya or something like that, then you want to spend. But it's interesting to feel how clunky TeamViewer feels, like compared to when you feel TeamViewer, or not TeamViewer, Teradici, it feels like you're there, and Parsec does too. I mean, it feels like you're operating a local. A lot of times people forget, you know, they're like, is this my local machine? And it's that fast and that fluid. So, but TeamViewer, you definitely feel it like dunk, 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 dunk. So try out Parsec.
That's great. Roscoe?
Chrome Desktop Remote. It has both an iOS app interface, although I'm not a huge Chrome fan, kind of a lot of other things that come with Chrome, but it does work really well.
And for me, you know, when you have the opportunity, I have my VPN at my house and my VPN at the office are connected, or they're all part of the same VPN. And I just use Apple Remote Desktop because I can just literally see it up there and just log into it and jump over. So that's another advantage if you have multiple locations of starting to tie that together. I will say that the performance of Apple Remote Desktop is not as good as Parsec. And so, but it's just that it's convenient and built into my machine. So next question.
Leo Mendel of the panel and from London says, mounting a PavoTube to my chair with Velcro so I can remove and charge. What is the preference? Do you put the hooks or loops on the light?
This is a very complicated question here. This is you know, we say we don't talk about religion here, and I'm not sure if the loops are, you know, this is going to be complicated and there could be some fighting. I'm just really concerned about it. Go ahead, TJ.
So my recommendation is to do what NASA does, and the anchor, the non-movable thing to which things will get mounted has the hooks. The thing that moves and is taken off has the loops.
Go ahead, John.
So the end of the device has magnets. Attach something metal to your chair and use the magnets to remove it.
No, Leo, you're not sold on that. The magnets are actually pretty strong. Have you played with them? You could put a.
It's not that. I'm thinking about. I'm using it for my chair, but then it's like I want to then use it somewhere else and use it somewhere else, use it somewhere else. So I'm sitting there thinking, do I use the hooks on the light? Because then I could literally hook it to anything that's got the loops. But that's exactly the opposite of what TJ's just said. So I'm in for the fight.
The reason that I don't generally put hooks on the movable item is that they tend to pick things up. So as you pack them and move them and everything else, they'll pick up lint and all kinds of other things because the hooks will grab onto that while the loops tend not to. So that tends to be my approach to it. Go ahead, Mickey.
There's a big debate, but for most film sets, the standards have been soft side on the platform, and I don't know hook and
hooks. So soft side is the loops.
Okay.
And the hooks are the
loops on the platform on the bigger piece, and the smaller piece that attaches to it has the loop, the hooks, the hard side.
That and that would be the opposite, I think, of NASA. So, and I will say that I don't know. I usually side with NASA because they usually think about things a lot. You know, like when they figure it out. So, and again, the reason I do it is not because of NASA, but because again, hooks tend to pick things up, and so they tend to accumulate things while the loops don't. Next question.
James Fossline from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
I just want to stop for 1 second before you ask that question. How many shows do you get where you get into a discussion about hooks versus loops? That's all I'm saying.
I think the other one was when you asked about wrapping cables and what you use to wrap cable. That went on for about an hour. I remember 1 week.
Yeah, exactly. It's important stuff. All right, next question.
Okay, James Fossline from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Do you think we could define different levels of virtual event support and equipment expectations, i.e. virtual production includes sending kits out to panelists, or a Zoom leader, no special equipment except knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, I off the top of my head, the way we've kind of broken it down, I think we have like 3 or 4 things that we do. I mean, the main ones are we have crew. So we'll literally send a crew out, like someone is high enough level that we are going to send someone to their house. Now, obviously we haven't been doing that in the last year, but usually when we got to a point where it was a CEO or a head of state, you know, type event, everybody connected to it would be, we'd send at least one person, typically 2 people out to set up for them and make sure that it all works. Then the next step down is kind of pre-built kits, and we have 3 levels of pre-built kits. It's kind of a small, medium, large. Large being a $15,000 Blackmagic with lights and USB mix pre's and remote control, and it can be set up by the user, but still takes a half an hour. And then you have in the very basic ones that we mail out are just very basic headset, some lights, webcam. So those are and then after that, below that, there is best effort is what we call it. So that person's a best effort. Best effort means that we're just going to call them and prep them and make sure that they're ready. We don't put very many people on shows that we haven't done at least best effort. So unless, and we don't do very many shows where we don't send out at least a small kit. But what we don't like is bringing people in that we haven't seen before. So that's usually something that we generally stay away from, and often we'll walk away from shows if that's what the client wants, is for us to put people on camera that we haven't tested, we haven't had a time to vet them, that type of thing. That's a little too adventurous for what we do. So, but generally, at least now there's 2 different ways to prep people. We prep people with individual, we just prep them one at a time, and we'll allocate a half an hour, but usually takes 15 minutes a person just to go through them and make sure that they're all ready. Let you work through their computer issues and their sound issues and their lighting issues and all those other things. And that might, we do that a lot. There's another one that we tend to term persane, which is a fishing term for tuna. But a persane vetting means that we just have an open room that's available for 3 hours or 4 hours, and we just tell everyone to go there, and we'll check you off that you've been checked. And that's when you have 300 people that are going to join an event that all potentially could speak, but we wouldn't do that we would check all the people that are the main speakers individually, send out a kit to the main speaker, and then persane everybody else just to get them through. So those are some of the things that we think about as we start to work through that. And again, the hierarchy, which I've talked about in the past, that we go through are their audio. Like, can we fix their audio? If we're going to send them anything and we can only send one thing, we would send them that little headset mic, like a Pile or a Pulson or whatever, just clean up their audio. Then their internet connection, getting them on Ethernet, making sure that they have a good speed. Then their lighting, then their video, then their background. Those are kind of that's how we, that's how we kind of look at what we can fix as we go through that process. Next question.
Sayumet San here from India asks, I'm thinking of signing up for Scaleway Mac Mini M1 in the cloud, and provides a link. Any feedback on performance, and which remote desktop app did you use? Thank you.
Wow, not familiar with that. I know that Amazon just started doing this, where they give you a Mac Mini, and a lot of the folks that have been using these, I think, have been using them specifically to test apps. Oh yes, test build. Yeah, John.
Yeah, I noticed it was about 10 pence per hour to use,
which sounds a lot less than Amazon.
Yeah, it looks like it would be economical at a certain level. My concern would be is, after a year's worth of work, would it be more economical to, depending on how many hours you're doing per day, would that 10 pence add up to more than a Mac Mini? And that's a reasonable question.
And what we've seen so far is the number one use for these are for developers who need to test whether something is working on that device. They don't want to necessarily invest in it yet. They want and they don't need to use it for long periods of time, but they need to use it for a couple of days of pounding before they put it into beta. And so that's been what we've seen with Amazon anyway. And so the Amazon ones are really expensive. I think they're like $1.50 an hour or something. I mean, it's significantly more expensive than this one. Go ahead, TJ.
The Amazon ones, I thought they were Intel Macs, and so I'm curious.
I thought they put some M1s up. No, I think they're M1s.
Okay.
Because I think that what they saw was the opportunity of all these people with Intel computers that can't test against the M1 and don't necessarily want to buy one right now. Leo, and then Jeffrey.
Yeah. So my feeling is that they are M1s that Amazon are doing. I think the M1s are, they're going to be a short window as that chipset is going to ramp up and it's going to change. So you're going to buy something that in theory is going to be outdated relatively quickly as they add features and functionality. So that it's almost like buying an iPhone 3 and then their 3GS, etc. But I think this isn't going to that's why I wouldn't want to invest.
Jeffrey and then Jonas.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm looking at their coverage map, and it's pretty good. You'll be able to get coverage from most anywhere around the world, but it is not as much as Amazon would have for replicators out there.
Go ahead, Jonas.
And if you actually just need a Mac to build your app, like the building process, GitHub has some free macOS instances. If you use GitHub Actions, that's how I build my macOS apps, because it's free.
Yeah, go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, Mac Stadium's another one in Las Vegas that you could use. That one that's on Amazon, you got to be really super careful about firing that one up because it's different than other instances. You can't see it running. Jeff Keithley and I think George both got hit with huge bills because when you go to your spot where you normally see everything running, like the Windows versions, you see it and you shut everything down. But that one, there's like some other way that it takes over like a bigger chunk of the computer. So if you do it on the AWS side, be very careful. But I'd recommend also Mac Stadium because I think that's what Tucker's using in Las Vegas for his comms.
Next question.
James Fossline from Minneapolis again. Does it make sense to buy older tech like a Red One, which can be a fraction of the cost when it was new?
Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, it's a full cinema camera, so you need to make sure you take into account all the sport gear and accessories that you might need, like a rod system for the batteries, media monitors, a tripod that can carry the weight, and also the expense of running a full cinema camera, like for simple patch cables, like from the camera body itself to the EVF, you're not spending $5 to $15 for a little SDI patch cable. You're spending $100 on a LEMO cable, and with that, also the maintenance of a cinema camera and even media is a lot more expensive. Speaking of media, like you want to go with if you do end up getting this a Red One, you want to get one with a Red Mag reader instead of using the old Red drives. Those Red drives are old technology there. I believe they're 2 spinning drives in RAID 0, and their connection is only FireWire. So that's one thing to take into account. And I think the largest one they made was 320 gigs, if I remember correctly. So you have to prepare for the slower transfer speeds for Red RAW. And by the way, the Red One only shoots in Red RAW. You can't do ProRes like the newer Red cameras. And if you do get one with a revised audio board. They did that, I think, 2 years in, wherein they had a mismatch in terms of levels. And be ready for like 60-second boot times and a very loud fan on those things as well.
Yeah. But other than that, it's great. Yeah, go ahead to Charles and then Chad and then TJ.
I agree with everything that Mickey just said. I would keep in mind, if you're trying to do it because of budget, I completely understand, but pay attention to everything that Mickey just said. Since technology tends to move in a certain direction, you don't want to put yourself into a corner that you can't move forward as you're trying to balance your budget out. So I would keep that in mind. If it's your primary way of making money, I would try and spend a little bit more. Like, for example, for my video, I spend the money on that, but my audio runs parallel to what I do. So me trying to build out speakers and Atmos, I buy those things used and try to save the money and know what corners I'm putting myself into, making sure that I don't keep myself back or hold myself back from doing what it is that pays the bills. So if it's adjacent, you're good. If it's your primary, be cautious.
Yeah, absolutely. Chad and then TJ.
The YouTube channel DSLR Video Shooter did a post about this specific topic 2 days ago, buying an old Red One, I think off eBay. I posted a link in Mukana. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, that's great. TJ?
So my son has a Red and he has Black Magic. The Red doesn't ever come out of the Pelican case anymore.
Yeah, I mean, when you can buy a new Blackmagic camera for $2,500 that I will say I mean, this is the Pro here. I think I just got hooked on something. This is the most enjoyable camera I've ever owned to use. Now I've used a lot of cameras, but this one is, just fun to shoot with, and shoots great footage, and is $2,500 brand new, and it's modern, and you can shade it with your ATEM switcher, and it's all part of a bigger system. I'd be hard pressed. Now, if you said I could get a really good deal on an Airy, I'd be like, okay, let's talk about that. The color science is, I think, better on the Airy than the Blackmagic stuff. But think about what you can get new now. I've shot thousands of hours with a Red One. I would never go back to a Red One over a Blackmagic camera, ever. Some of the Red stuff I would, but not the Red One, in my opinion. Next question.
James Babbitt from San Diego says, when using a wireless LTE router, how do you get the SIM card you need? Online, or by phoning customer service, or by going into a retail store?
It's complicated. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Yeah, we were making a remote kit, and the client that has me making the remote kit wanted to do the SIM card thing because we are using a phone to do that. They had to actually go physically into the store because it was actually the SIM card was coming to me rather than to them, to their location. So it depends on where that SIM card is going to ultimately end up, how you have to get it.
Yeah, it's been like we put them into some of our routers, and it's been a thing to do that. Go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, I've had it both ways. Physically, I walked in to get the one for the iPad Pro that's in here, and then I've also used unlimited IRL. I just turned these ones off because during COVID we weren't shooting. So I had them send one AT&T, one Verizon, and I was on their plan for total unlimited, non-throttled. That's kind of pricey. It's like 150 to 180 a month, and we had a couple of them. But if you want to go that route, look at unlimitedIRL.com, and I'll put a link in the chat.
Next question.
And the last question so far is John Pewitt from Huntersville, and of the panel today. So what is up with YouTube and Mukana?
What happened was that I think Bill or someone else has been moving that link into the back end, and just they're not here today. I think I just did it. So let me know if I fixed it.
No, I've been doing it every day, and it should have been in there at the beginning of the show. I tested it. Every day.
It's not showing up. Okay, I didn't know who was doing it. I knew someone had taken it over from me, but magic behind the scenes. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, it was broken yesterday and today. It says an error occurred. Please try again later. And
and when you refresh the page, it still does it.
Yeah, and actually, somebody was playing with it a little while ago because it started refreshing.
That was me just a second ago while we were doing it.
Yeah, okay, and it's still broken. So.
Okay. Put that in. So when something's broken, definitely put it into the Mukana in Discord, because Chris, the only thing Chris looks at is that thing, and you'll find that he's pretty responsive. Like within a day, you'll get a response from Chris, and he'll usually have it fixed by tomorrow if he knows today that it's not working.
Which channel, please? Which channel?
Mukana in Discord. Anytime you have a comment about Mukana, that's where you put it in Discord. If it's not working, if something's tweaky, if you wish you had something, Chris looks at that, I think, pretty much every day. He checks in, and you'll see him respond, and things get updated. And Leo, and then Jonas.
So it is working for me today. I know that if I connect to it too early, sometimes it doesn't. It will be a 99%. If it's working for everybody else and not for you, it's a browser cache issue.
Right. Go ahead, Charles, and then Jonas. Sorry about that.
Yeah. What browser are you using, John? Because I've been testing it on Safari, on Chrome. Really, because I have it on right now, and I've been watching it the whole time. And aside from the gamma shift, that drives me bananas.
The what?
It might be it might be a cache issue. Yeah. So I'll try clearing cache and see if that helps.
You don't need to clear cache. Hold down Shift or Control and press R. That'll do it for you.
Yeah. And then we're going to go ahead and take a break here for the next 10 minutes. If you're an educator, please raise your hand, and we'll bring you in. If you have questions for education or comments of things you want us to talk about related to education, definitely post them in now. We've got one. We usually find things to talk about, but if you've got questions or comments or things that you want to cover, go ahead and jump in. But we'll take 15 minutes here. So We'll start back up at 8:10. Mickey will 8:10 Pacific Standard Time. Mickey will check everybody's mics as they come in, and I'm going to take a quick little break, and I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. Hey folks. Please put your first name, last name, and location here in the Zoom. And it looks like almost everyone has that in so far. And on our meters here, the goal is set -24 LUFS on the short term. The number on the upper left-hand side of the meters. Let's start off with Chris Clark and then move on to Aaron afterwards.
Good morning from Tempe, Arizona. This is Chris Clark, and let's see what the numbers look like. My settings window is obscuring the decibel meter window, but how do you think that looks, Mickey?
Could you just give us a tiniest nudge down, Chris? Just a dB. And you should be right there. Aaron and then Andrew afterwards.
Good morning from Boston, where it's a nice 50 degrees and a beautiful day to sit outside.
Could you give us just a dB up from you? Thank you. Tiny nudge up. Andrew and then Tlaloc afterwards.
Good afternoon from Warwick in the UK, where we've had some fun watching the World Education Summit this week. How's that looking, Mickey?
Just the tiniest nudge down from you, just a dB here. Everyone's very close. Tlaloc and then Kent afterwards.
Probably break the trend here. I am I'm here from Salisbury, Maryland, using a pile mic through the ATEM Mini. So I need to go down quite a bit.
Yeah, 2 or 3 dB down.
Yep, and checking now. Maybe I'll be right in there. Looks like maybe I am.
Yeah, looks good. Thank you, Kent. Up next, and no one else has their hand raised. So Kent.
Good morning. So I'm going into the Shure SM7B into the Mix Pre, using it as a USB interface directly into my Mac, and it looks like it's a little low now. So
split the difference.
Okay, just up a little bit. I usually don't use this as a USB interface, so this is a little bit different for me. So it looks like it's around the right area, maybe. Sweet.
Yeah, looks
Thanks.
good. Thank you
Mickey.
very much. All right. Yeah, just gonna keep an eye out if anyone else wants to come in. Sorry, go ahead, Jeffrey.
This scene reminds me of Real Genius when Jordan walks into the room and sees all the tape recorders and the professor with the tape recorder at this point, because everybody's got a blank screen right now.
Kent, does this look like most of your classes then, with blank screens?
Yeah, they usually will have their names there or something, and but yeah, it's just I just pretend it's Clubhouse and that nobody can see each other, and then we just talk, and it actually seems to work. It seems to work out pretty well.
Yeah, I moved the position of my mic a little bit, just rechecking. It looks like maybe I could come down one. All right,
yeah, just a little bit. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mickey, Makana audio's not working.
Yeah, it's been acting up for the past week on and off.
Bigger hammer.
Congratulations, Schy.
And try restarting the stream.
We're discussing we need more duct tape as the strap to the top of the spaceship that's breaking the atmosphere. So we're taking up a duct tape offering. We'll be passing the hat. It's made of duct tape. It's been earlier somebody talked about Ken. Oh no, he's bringing his camera into the kitchen and it's Ken. It's going to look great. I'm thinking, no, that's the plan. That's the goal, isn't it? That all of us rise with the tide.
Sometimes you have to break out the double width duct tape.
Blue.
Dad,
look at you.
Dad had a question.
well, more of a comment. In honor of the educators, because they come in after a little bit of the show's already gone, we put out another Discord link. So you have about 29 minutes to click that Discord link and get into that community. That, again, is where this conversation continues when these cameras are down.
I think now we've got Chad on the panel, I think we should all vote to say that he stays and never leaves.
Yeah, you'll have to run that by my boss. I don't think you'll win.
Well, Chad is always here, whether we see him or not.
Right here. Yes.
Hold it. Is
Chad,
Chad
fellow St. Louis, and I have to ask, where'd you go to high school?
Not from St. Louis, currently in St. Louis. I went to high school in Jefferson City, Missouri.
Oh, yeah, I know it well.
Good time to remind everybody to put their location into their name.
in St. Louis? You have to ask, how close is the frozen yogurt?
I had to shorten my name so that my location could be seen.
I'm south of St. Louis, so it's how close is the nearest meth lab. It's an area thing.
Ouch.
Important information.
I represent that, Chad. I grew up and went to high school in South St. Louis.
Oh, really? Well, hi, neighbor.
Bayless High, Afton, Missouri.
I'm going to bite Jeffrey.
Paul.
Yeah, I'm going to bite with Jeffrey. He's got Jeffrey Powers. Jeffrey Powers. Is it just that's it? There is only one place.
What are you talking
His
about?
place is Jeffrey Powers. That's good.
Your name.
Oh, did it double up? That's wild.
Yeah, you've been telling people to put in their place, and it's like I'm here because here is me.
I think
I thought you'd done it on purpose.
He's the
He's
mayor.
from,
no idea
he's
why
from
that
Jeffrey
did that.
Powers,
That's weird.
Minnesota. It's a
Some
new
men are in Ireland, some men are in another location.
Be here now.
And what high school in Jeffrey Powers land did you go to?
East Jeffrey Powers.
Yeah.
And
That was
Paul,
the
you
Cougars,
said-
right? Is that your or the Bears? What was the dragon was your creature at that school? We had
Jeffrey
the
Powers
gold
was the
pups.
creature. I don't understand. All right, moving on.
Chad, where are you in South St. Louis when you're in St. Louis?
Barnhart.
Barnhart.
Yeah.
And Paul,
lived
you
out
say
west.
I
you
love
say
the way-
Missouri, not Missouri.
I love the way Jonas still puts it in the way that they would do in Germany, which is the other way around to the way that we all do it.
Yeah, and they put the year first in their dates, which is really smart.
Yeah, I do my
Do
my
we
file
wanna-
names.
Do we want
with
to
year,
bring
month,
Michael
day.
Ball into? Mickey, do we want to bring Michael Ball in?
I would say he's a
he's risky.
Okay.
Kidding. And Jonas
Yep.
or Jonas?
Jonas.
Oh,
Thank
well,
you.
you'll like it. Yeah.
Um,
All right,
Jonas,
Michael,
I-
sound check.
I got
Hold on for Michael. Hold on for
got
Michael.
the Playout B working yesterday.
No, Tillich. Hold on for Michael as he's doing a sound check.
Cool. Yeah, thanks. Good morning, office hours, and glad to be talking with everyone today. And it looks like things are just a little bit low, so I'll bump up the knobs just a tiny bit. And glad to be back for another week.
Continue on.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so it was fun. I had it working, and then and it stopped working. So now I got to go figure out why it stopped working. It's all a process.
I gotta say, I have so much more respect for what Bill is doing here because there's a lot of stuff going on to keep track
Yeah,
of all
Bill.
this. It's amazing.
That's why I haven't volunteered to do that.
Many moving
You're doing an
parts.
admirable job, TJ.
I don't want to let Bill down.
So
I
TJ,
want
what's
to be
the,
like you when I grow up.
what's the minimum number of screens you need to do what you're doing?
2 for sure, I would say.
Okay.
And yeah, I would say at least 2.
Yeah.
Is that counting the Interatron or? Sorry, this is the kind of group where you could ask that.
Yeah, you could. That's funny.
I don't know what an Interatron is.
Teleprompter
you
for
got to
people.
look it up. So cool. Errol
Like a
Morris invented it.
Decepticon?
It's a
just look it
teleprompter
up,
that
John.
it's a teleprompter that looks at you.
So that you're literally able to put the camera in an interview between two people and have it feel like you're looking back and forth in the output of the interview. That's
It's that, John, if you can look at my video.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. It's really cool.
Thank you. It's kind of shabby. I don't like the fabric choice, but.
And I believe
What's the
Guy
monitor?
actually has one as well.
Is that is that like in the Interatron monitor or?
The monitor, actually, I won from Jeffrey. Jeffrey, you ran an event while you were doing an Amazon video. That is a 15-inch USB display.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah. That's the lapel, right?
Yep, that's right. So, La Power, John.
Hold it. Jeffrey gives away stuff on his show? What does Office Hours give away?
Advice.
It gives your credit card away.
Yeah.
Priceless.
It gives away the
advice.
numbers for your credit card. That's what it gives away.
That's a
Knowledge being
takeaway.
power. They give you power.
Oh, now philosophy too.
So it's 7 after. Is anybody else worried about Alex?
Nope.
He said 10 after.
Oh, okay.
I hope there's not a lot of mic arms stuck on that ship in the middle of the Suez Canal.
So did about 20 minutes ago, did anybody experience a Zoom lockup at all? I'm just curious because everybody completely froze. I had no sound, no motion.
I had
video at all.
that an hour ago where my network, I thought it was the network, but it was exactly what you described. So maybe not my network.
I had that.
I had that yesterday a couple of times, and it literally, or it's yesterday or the day before. Literally everything else on my computer was working, could connect to the internet, but Zoom just literally froze, and it froze out on my Facebook portal at the same time.
Well, if I disappear for some reason, that is the cause. Everything else was working, but Zoom. And then when Zoom resumed, everyone was talking really, really fast.
Yeah, it's catching up. I also noticed that Peter Sargent went Red Hulk mode for a second. I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah, he's been playing with this system as we went.
John, here's a Interatron. Did I just come across my audio okay?
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
with
sounding
John on it
a
even.
little roomy, but
That's kind of neat.
I think you get the idea. Basically, you can make that as big as you want.
So I could.
John, where were you on
repurpose
September 22nd?
Yes, John.
I have no clue. Maybe here. So could I use a regular teleprompter that way?
Absolutely, it is a regular teleprompter, except for it's not running.
So I could just put a Zoom session up on my thing, flip the screen, and then that'll work.
Yeah, I'm using a
Yeah.
decimator to flip the screen so that it's
That's-
the correct orientation.
I use vMix to do the same.
The concept of the Interatron is that you're looking right into the eyes of the other person. So the other person should be in speaker mode or should be large on the screen so that you're keeping that precise eye contact right into the lens.
Yeah,
That's
his
the goal.
dead between his nose right now is the center of the lens. So I mean, I move it around. I can see where the lens is through the glass if I want, and I could put him right there. So he's literally like his right there is right between the eyes. Yeah, some people accuse me of staring him down. It's like, well, because I'm looking at you right between the eyes.
I bring mine up to about 2/3 where I expect my eye line to be the center of lens.
Are we allowed to move around people in the gallery view as panelists?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine.
Yeah,
I always
do
use
all
speaker
the time. I have a standard view that I like to use, and because it helps me. I put. Oh, there's Alex.
Yeah.
There's 3D man.
Hey, don't we all have that effect?
I think so far this is the one that I think I like the best. I've been buying these glasses because I'm gonna. The reason I brought it up is that my kids thought it was pretty cool. I mean, for educators to think about. I have ones that go this one, and I have these ones snap on to your glasses, little like clip-ons that you can throw on. After we did the thing on Monday, I don't know if anyone saw if any of the educators saw. We did a thing on shooting images in stereo, and building stereoscopic images, and I'm finding it's number one, it's remarkably not as hard as I thought it would be to shoot them. I'm building a rig right now. I'll send you. I have a couple iPhones that I've been testing. So not test iPhones, just iPhone 12s, and I'm printing a rig so that I can use the two iPhones together so that I can shoot 4K anaglyph, together. So that it's basically what I'm working on is getting the cameras to sit at interocular distance from each other in the lenses so that I can take the shot. So hopefully I'll be able to show you something, but I would highly recommend. They're not very expensive for anyone who wants to play. Sometime in the next couple of weeks, we're going to, I just don't have the schedule quite yet, but in the next couple of weeks, we're going to do kind of an anaglyph show and tell, where we look at what's amazing is that there is an incredible number of, like anything else on the internet. If you Google anaglyph 3D, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of anaglyphs from history. People have been shooting stereo for over 100 years. And so there's stuff from World War I, and there's stuff from Romania, and there's stuff from all over the world of these anaglyphs. And there is something about anaglyphs that just make you feel like you're there, 3D. But it actually feels more 3D than most 3D movies that I went to, because most of the anaglyphs were physically shot with two cameras. In fact, you very quickly can tell the difference between people who are cheating and people who are actually shooting, who actually shot anaglyph. And again, it was, in many cases in the 100 years ago, they were shooting it with two lenses, oftentimes on the same plate. Anyway, it's I would highly recommend playing with it as an educator. I'm the reason I bring it up is just that I'm thinking about how to shoot stuff for my kids' classes where kids could put on, because you can buy 50 of these. I mean, these are expensive relatively. This is like $9, for these glasses, but you can buy 50 of the little cardboard ones for about $9. So they're not, it's not a very expensive thing. And I was really thinking about just showing this to all of you today, only because it's just, when you're looking for kind of how to add some wow to a class, it might be something that kids enjoy. I don't know. It's just something to think about, something different to look at. I'm kind of surprised. I haven't looked at red blue for so long that when we did it, once we did it, I was inspired. I ordered some. I couldn't find them the day of. Ordered some, got them on Tuesday or Wednesday, and every day I've been looking through all these anaglyphs going, I have to shoot this. This will be amazing. So anyway, I have, this is my ADD at its best. I learn a lot really, really fast about something that I didn't think about a week ago. So anyway, but I want to do a kind of a picture show in anaglyph on one of the Saturday afternoons. So I'm just kind of letting you know that it's coming. I'll give you at least a week warning so you can order some, but sometime in April, we're going to do a picture show where I'm going to try to pull together, and I'll ask for all of you to pull stuff together, but I'll try to pull together as many of these as I can so that we can play with it. So anyway, that's all. How we're doing? Anything new before we jump into the questions? Any just more of the same? Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I spent the week at the World Education Summit, which was an online event, obviously. Great content, an absolute car crash in terms of technology and presentation and organization. In fact, I got so frustrated at one point that I said they should come and watch here and ask how to run an event, because they were using team reps, microphones were not set up. kept crashing. Oh, the content was brilliant.
What platform were they doing it on?
They were pushing it through. It looked like WordPress, and then pushing Teams live meeting, live event, sorry, into a WordPress template, and it was awful, absolutely awful.
I mean,
you go.
Yeah. The hard part really is that you event folks that haven't done a virtual one, and everyone thinks that it should be 1/100th of the price that it was before. And, they wouldn't think that if they were doing it in a hotel. Like in the hotel, they're paying PSAV and they're setting up for it 4 days ahead of time, and they had to rent the hotel and they had to buy the catering and they planned for it for 3 months. And, maybe they planned for this one for 3 months, who knows? The hard part is you still have to put that money and effort into it to pull it off.
And I don't think I did. And the other highlight of it was there was this one guy which you would instantly like, Alex. He was on the last day, I think, and he just spent 40 minutes slagging off education and schools, and he was great. And at some point, I'll put his name into the Discord, but he was just spent 40 minutes destroying the education system in America. Taking it apart.
I don't know if I want to destroy the education system in America. I just want to make it better. But it was fun. It'll be interesting. My kid, I guess, I don't know how all the other school systems are going. My kids are going back on April, I guess. April, right after they have a little spring break or whatever. So second week of April, they're gonna be back in pretty much full classes, I guess. So we'll see how that goes. Is that pretty much how? Go ahead, Aaron.
So yeah, this week my district went back, or they're going to go back on Monday, full in person. So this was my last full week with my full remote students. I had about 6 of my students go back in. So the past couple days have actually been incredibly sad. One of my things I do in the morning is that I do a social emotional check-in, and I say, what are we feeling? And a lot of students were saying, I'm in the blue zone, which means they're sad because so many of our pals are leaving. So they were desperately trying on recess time to make connections, and what's your Messenger Kids login, or what is your Roblox tag or handle, so that we can play together.
Because they were remote, they're not in the same school system.
Well, they're in the same school system, but we have a bunch of elementary schools, so I had 2 different schools. So some of the students from school A would never have gotten to hang out with school B until they got to the middle school. So it's a really cool crossover, but they were kind of sad because they made a lot of great connections in our classroom over the past couple months. So it was a very interesting week and a kind of an emotional week.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. Again, that we can build these connections. We've built it here, but that you can build connections remotely that aren't constrained by geographic region. And I think that we're going to see more of that, not less. Go ahead, Talak, and then Chris.
So this week we opened a show Love and Information at Salisbury University, and I felt the presence of office hours there the whole time. We had Tucker helping us with comms, and we were using Andy Carluccio's Streamweaver Lite, and I tried to implement the Playout B. I don't know that it'll go to this show or not, but the presence was there, and there was a moment, and I'll try to keep this brief, but when I was listening to the student stage manager call the show, and it's like Q. She's doing a great job. She's on Unity comms, and I'm like, this is awesome. Like, this is really great. And we had problems, but that's part of it. So
right.
We had issues with sound and various things like that, but pushing through and having a great time.
That's great. Chris?
Hello. I've got 2 things to report from each of my 2 grandchildren who are back in face-to-face schooling for 2 weeks now. The high school junior has been very involved and has missed being involved in tech theater. I think I've mentioned before. So the school is planning a series of one-act plays to get back into the flow of face-to-face or live performances. And I asked her on the way home the other day how that was going. And she said, well, I haven't been really called upon to do any work in preparation for it. She's involved with sets and costumes. She said the problem is that all of the adults who in the past have been very valued volunteers running interference and helping us, all of them came back, and everybody wants to be in charge of something. So there's really no room yet for the students to do anything, because the adults are dealing with this pent-up demand they've had for being useful and active and engaged and so forth. I thought it was an amusing and unreported side effect, that one of the reasons that the parents wanted to return to face-to-face schooling was so that some of them could come back and be engaged with the kids and with the teachers and with preparing for production. So an unremarked upon adult education side effect.
Right.
And with the college freshmen, they had a spring break 2 weweeks ago. And during the spring break, there was some kind of unspecified outage. This is a 10 community college system, one of the biggest in the world. And they had to extend spring break for an additional week. They couldn't bring back, all of their systems were down. They didn't explain to any of us what exactly the problem was, but and who knows whether they'll be able to resume providing services on Monday, the day after tomorrow. But sometimes when you're 100% dependent on virtual, you can be 100% out of business if something terrible happens. And I don't know what it was, but it's fantastic as a system, and it's fragile, more fragile than the distributed face-to-face, all the things that we've had to go through to put kids on buses and move and maintain buildings and all the rest of it. But in some ways, that's a more robust system than one that's 100% dependent on uninterrupted internet service.
Well, I talk a lot about distributed learning, distributed everything, over the internet and everything else. But I mentioned last week that a couple of years ago I talked to someone who manages risk for the government. They just look at things that could go wrong, and I was like, so what's one of them? And he said, CMEs. And I was like, what's a CME? He goes, coronal mass ejection. And he said, we almost got hit with one a couple of years ago. This was years, it's like 2012 or something like that. And I said, what would have happened if we had been hit? He goes, nothing would work, like nothing. Like, and I said, when would we recover? He goes, we wouldn't have. Like he goes, there's not any recovery of that magnitude. And he said, oh, we missed it by a couple of days, like it was, and it really it got me thinking about, like, I should be planting things, and my kids shouldn't understand how to use physical things. Like, we shouldn't just be. So the reason I bring it up is that while I talk about all these things, it is important to, remember that there's still an analog world that we're involved in, and finding ways for kids. I mean, I think that we can mix those two things together. I think that we talked last week, I guess it was only a week ago, right, that we did the Mad in the Kitchen thing. Was that after this, right? So we haven't done for the educators. I would highly recommend watching what we're going to be doing with Schy and Madeline Smithberg. And as educators, I would think about participating because I would love to get your input on it specifically. This is, while it's cooking and it's funny, it's an incredible lab for learning, because what we're going to do is we're going to, and it's going to be, we're kind of, we're going to have different layers of it, and we'll roll it out a little bit more. I'm not going to talk about all of the details because there's still the concrete's still a little soft and we're still figuring stuff out. But essentially, there's going to be a couple different layers of learning coming out of one event. And I think that that's going to be interesting for educators. Of a live event occurring, there'll be an opportunity for people to cook along with each other. And so imagine being able to watch the show Some people will bring into the show. So people who are really ready, they've got a bunch of cameras and they're ready to go. We'll bring them into the show, and there'll be two of the people that Madeline talks to. There'll be another group that you can just go in and you can all talk amongst yourselves and watch the show together. And it's like a big party, trading notes. And that's very much like the Raspberry Pi that we did, the infamous Raspberry Pi 2 weeks ago that I keep talking about. But it's cooking. So it'll be like a Raspberry Pi, but you can actually eat the pie rather than just use it to playback. And then I guess you could eat the Raspberry Pi that we have, but it would, I don't think it'd be good for you. So, and then we're also working on ways to have all of an office hours be able to actually watch the production in the background. So another event that's going on at the same time where you guys can watch and do Mystery Science Theater and then talk to me afterwards and so on and so forth. But what we're trying to figure out is, the thing I'm interested in is how do we take a moment, there's one chef and Madeline, and how do we take that and we get all the value out of it? I think of it as like I don't know if I happen to watch Superman a lot, the newer one with the original Man of Steel, and I love the shot where I think about learning, I think about the skull, and he throws the skull, they throw the skull up and it just goes, and just pulls all the data out of the skull, and so what I'm trying to figure out is how you have a moment and you pull everything out of it, so everybody, there's a bunch of different levels and different people and everything else that are all part of it. And one of the things that'll make it more exciting is for more people in this group to be part of it. So we're going to keep on, it's going to be the 17th, I think, is going to be the first one that we're aiming for, so mark that night off. It's 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, I think. And mark that thing off. We're going to need your help as a group to be part of the cooking, to be part of the thing. We want to kind of make it and we're going to try to do these every week. And so, and I think they'll get better and better and better, and they'll get better from your input, and you can kind of watch it later, but there'll be something about being there. So I know it's a bunch of Saturdays, but clubs aren't open yet. So we might as well, this could be kind of a fun Saturday evening to look at. So just know that 5 o'clock starting on the 17th. If everything goes well, it'll be every week after that for 8 weeks. And we would love to get as many of you involved as possible, either as watching or as cooking together. And I think you'd enjoy and we're going to send out recipes ahead of time so you know what to get and if you want to do it. And so it's a big experiment in education. Like this, it's like a huge lab in how do we send you a bunch of things or send you what to get and have it be participatory education where you're actually, the way I think of it, if you're a science teacher, is that, I've said this before, cooking is a science experiment that you can eat, and so I see opportunities to even have a geeky version of this that you're all cooking and people are talking about. You might have a commentator in that one going, this is the Maillard reaction and this is what that does, and plays a little animation, and you could add lots of little tchotchkes to it. So anyway, something to think about. Next question, TJ.
Okay, so Sky Gleason from Seattle comes in with, what learning happened this week for you or the students you spent time with?
Andrew?
Yeah, we noticed the last 2 weeks we've been back, all the students have been back, and we've noticed they've overcompensated and are using their laptops almost too much, and we're having to try and rebalance them into the classroom world, because they've obviously had nearly 12 months of sat in front of a laptop, and they've just carried on, and we don't think that's particularly brilliant in terms of classroom interactions and like you said, interacting with the analog world. So that's been really weird.
I notice how little, like I help my daughter. She's now at that age again. I think I said that she needs math help, but my wife, it's beyond my wife's math, standard math, and so I in that area, and so I get passed on and I work on it and have to remember how to do fractions, like all that, but I notice how little I use a pencil. Like when I pick it up and I'm like, oh, what am I supposed to do with this? So there's part of me that thinks that it's important for them to learn it, and then there's part of me like, well, I don't know how much they're going to use it. Beyond that, so and the need to erase drives me absolutely crazy. Not just being able to just double tap, I'm just used to being able to, do whatever I'm going to do here and then just go like that and it's gone, and so I'm getting used to it, but I have to do it almost every night now, a little bit. But pencils, I don't think I've used a pencil since I was, I don't know when, Talak.
I had a couple of moments. I had a student assisting me on the video design, and we're using Isadora, and there's a lot of logical pathways in there. And so I had a number of moments because he was on his computer on the main computer, and I was AnyDesking into that, and I was like having him take logical pathways, and then if he couldn't get there, then I would do it, and I would see the light bulbs go on, and it was just it was awesome.
I have been thinking about when we should teach kids things, and one thing I've learned is I've already gotten to the point with my son is 13, and I'm already handing stuff off like, I can't figure that out. Why don't you just figure it out? And he just figures he figures it out before I do, on mechanical things and putting things together and how to deal with the TV and how to do all that. That was me at that age, and I was like, we could get really technical at 13. It's just that it's there. Aaron.
So one of the things I learned this week was that my students are even more competitive than I thought they were, because we started using BlueKit a little bit more than GimKit lately to go over content and play games and stuff. And my students were asking me and emailing me, can you please send more homework or practice after school so that we can build up our score? And then the next morning during morning meeting, it was, oh, I got to this level. And they were asking for math and for science and for reading. So it was just really interesting to see, well, because they collect little avatars or blooks as they do it. So the higher up they get, the more they can collect. So they're trying to collect as many as possible. But then actually, based on what you just said, Alex, that last year when everything started to shut down, I brought home bags and bags of books and pencils and markers and poster paper. And it's been sitting downstairs in my living room untouched for about 8 months. I don't even have a pen or pencil up in my space. So I barely know what that's like either.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I feel like that's an untapped area of the badges. Like the badges and the leveling up. And how much a draw turning education into a game could be. It could go too far too. But there's a real draw to being able to play at that and have people on their own volition want to do it. Go ahead, Leo.
So one of pet peeve of mine for a very long time is the lack of education in teaching people how to touch type. As I don't think it's going to go away, but I have found every single time getting people to touch type improves everything that they do, even just familiarity and use. And it's in the UK, it's not taught. It was, funnily enough, it used to be taught in secretarial classes, and I remember sitting in a room next door to hearing electric type or manual typewriters pounding to death as when there was a gender split in my school. But we don't teach it in the UK that I'm aware of.
And the hard part is it has to be done early. The issue, you can always see people who my problem was because now kids have access to those computers, and if they don't learn it immediately, they won't learn it. The problem for me was that I started programming when I was 10. So by the time they gave us classes, I was doing 40, 50 words a minute. It was kind of like my, about what I could do, which is, not very fast, but faster than anything that that anybody else was doing in the classes. And I never learned, I type with three, it's like this is like, and my wife is very good at touch typing and she'll do 120, 130 words, and it just sounds like this, machine just pushing out her ideas. And this just, and she's able to communicate so much more effectively via typing because she can get it out so quickly. And I do agree with you that skill set at about 10 or 11 is pretty important. Paul?
Yeah, when I first got an Apple II computer, there was a game that taught you how to type. It was like a space game, and I got up to 100 words a minute. I was just addicted to the game,
Paul, someday we're going to do a documentary about you. That's all I'm telling you. There's going to be there's going to be an office hours probably.
It would take too long to make
done
it,
everything.
Alex.
I know, but
It'd
it's just
take
like
too
it's
long.
crazy. It's like a Forrest Gump kind of like travel through all these different parts of the world in the United States and doing all these crazy things. It's amazing.
I mean, I've been all over Sonoma County, Occidental, Bolinas, everywhere.
I know.
Sausalito, you
every
name
time
it.
every time you had to tell this story, I'm just imagining you at how old were you when you got the Apple II?
Oh, probably 30 or something, I guess.
Yeah. And then learn how to type it. It's just amazing. Anyway, go ahead, TJ.
So I can out-type either my kids or my grandson, but when it comes to texting, they blow me out of the water.
Yeah, I can now generally type faster on my phone than I can type on the keyboard at this point, especially with I realize how much I rely on autofill, autofill and autocorrect mostly. I don't try to actually spell words anymore. I just try to get them close enough that the computer will finish them for me and call it a day. Next question.
Okay, here we go. Andrew Flowerdew from Warwick, UK asks, does anyone know of an e-portfolio that would allow learners to build a lifelong record of their learning journey, both structured and unstructured? I know some people use LinkedIn, but I'm looking for something with more features and options.
And would you think about that from what age?
Oh, certainly from 5, 6 going up, because there are things that you do at 5, 6, 7 that have a big impact on you later on in life. And it's about, we collect marks, but that's marks out of 10 are nothing compared to the other things that we experience as part of our lifelong learning journey. And I just wonder whether there's anything out there, because that's what we need.
Yeah, John?
The only thing I could think of that might suit that purpose would be a WordPress site or something like that, so that you can custom configure it and put what you feel is necessary in there. And that also gives you the benefit of having your own brand and building your own brand on the web, so that when people search for you by your name, it'll come up first, which is a big advantage, I think.
I think the hard part is how to build a system that all kids can do it, is like where they can input that stuff. Aaron and then Kent.
So I'm going to be starting this next week, or in the next couple weeks, where the students are going to make their own Google sites for their writing. So I know it's kind of basic, but I know that all kids can, click the add button and throw up a picture, or, link a Google Doc. I know that's really basic, but I know I've seen many blogs of even kindergarten and first grade students doing it. They take the picture with the iPad and upload it, and that way their friends and family can see.
Yeah, absolutely. Kent?
Yeah, this isn't officially like an on computer type thing, but there's a great app called Roam Research that I've been just super impressed with. And I'd be interested to know if like Michael has discovered this, but Roam Research is the best way of collecting information. So this would maybe be the back end of something like this. I've been in academia forever and trying to find the perfect tool that lets me stockpile notes, but also combines them. And Roam Research lets you collect, and then it does this kind of bi-directional linking of everything. It's sort of magic the way it works. But if you look it up on YouTube, there are some people who have done some great videos about this. And so I'm thinking of this as awesome for college students. If you started this your freshman year and were able to just put everything into this app, you would have such an incredible collection, and everything is connected. That's the beautiful thing about it. So it's Roam Research. I put it in the notes there.
Good. TJ?
This got me thinking of when I was younger and in school, my mom kept a scrapbook of a lot of stuff that I had done over the years. And so I was thinking, the folks that kind of do that scrapbooking thing, I wonder if there's an e-scrapbooking equivalent in maybe this other platform that Kent said is that kind of thing.
Go ahead, Roscoe, and then Michael.
Oh, Evernote is very popular. It's been around for, 10 years at least, and it allows you to do web pages, clippings, sticky notes, and it organizes them. I mean, the idea is when you're working on a project, you build an Evernote module for that particular project, but you can pull in stuff from different projects. So if you haven't looked at Evernote, it might be anyways, throw it out there.
Yeah. Similar vein of Roam and Evernote. there's a tool called Notion, which is not quite as flexible as Roam Research is, but also lets you, I mean, you can kind of think of them both as various forms of interactive documentation where everything can be linked. And you could do pretty interesting things. And I think that could be a useful idea to explore. Related to the scrapbooking thing, what I was also thinking of suggesting is just for kids who have phones where they have something either like Google Photos or iCloud Photos, just making sure you go through there and do things like create albums, favorite photos. That can be, it won't be sort of everything else that you do, in terms of class or throughout the year perhaps, but spending an hour every so often to clean up photos on your phone is a really high sort of impact activity for being able to find them later. And now that most people just use their phone as their main camera, you can build, it's not the same as a physical scrapbook, but I think that can be a really useful activity. And if you are looking for physical scrapbooks, you probably don't have them around, but old versions of iPhoto and Aperture still can be run on recent Macs. And I think that was one of the better interfaces for building physical books. But what's probably easier to get to today is things like Shutterstock. And some are just photo printing sites now have pretty decent interfaces. Although my preferred version would probably be to grab one of Apple's older photo apps.
We went to I had a whole bunch of miles and a whole bunch of hotel rooms and ended up for almost free being able to go to Saint Martin, I think and we took a whole bunch of photos. My wife and I took a whole bunch of photos, and then while I was there, in Photos, in iPhoto at the time, I put together a book. And so before we left the hotel, I literally sent it out. So like 2 days after we got home, the book was there, and best gift ever. Like it's like the response time and the fact, coming home with a book is a thing, it's good. The one thing I was going to show that's a little tangential is the power that I think schools have of when you're talking about kind of that overall, let's see if I can do this. I'm sure that a lot of you have seen this, but I just want to show it to you for a second. This is a guy who basically, this is a lot of people have copied it, but this was the original. He took a photo of himself every day for 6 years. So when you watch this, it is 6 years of him growing and changing, and as if you look at him here and you go, let's see here, you can see kind of 6 years of wear, and he kept on doing it. I think he's got another one that's even longer. And one person had one from like 12 years old to getting married. Like it was. So anyway, I've always thought that schools should think about like having some booth that kids could do that with. Because it would be much more dramatic. You can do it when you're 18 or something like that, or 12. But if school systems put that into some way for kids to do that and a place for them to do it. Where they could just come in every day and take photos. I bet you also the number of days they missed in school, if there was a constant way to see it, would go down, because the idea that kids would get into this thing of like, I don't want to miss my photo, and there'd be games of who's taken the most photos in a row, and there'd be a whole thing there that would build up. And I think that 12 years of that in a school system would be the most amazing time lapse ever. And especially if you had kids. I don't know, have many people watched 7 years, the 7-year program that's out of the UK? Unbelievable. Like, it is the most amazing video project ever. Every 7 years, they started with these 7-year-old kids, and every 7 years they interview them. And I think they're at 63 now or something. I mean,
I think the 63 just got released. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's out on BritBox, I think. Yeah.
Stunning. Chris?
Two things. One is, most schools do have an annual photograph, picture day. And what we've been able to do at home is save all those pictures for our 5 kids and put together a 12-year collage of how Daniel looked when he was in first grade in kindergarten, and how Daniel looked when he was in every grade up through high school graduation. So that's a that's not every day, that's every year, but it really does show developmental changes in an intriguing way. And relatedly to Michael's comments about using photograph or organizing photographs and investing energy in that, I've noticed that the younger and even more tech savvy members of my family have taken to photographing documents. So they photograph the kinds of things that we usually think of when we think of pictures, but they're also photographing documents and using those as part of their filing system. They never want to touch and handle paper. It seems like there's a developing allergy. All of Vicky's students at the university, when she tries to hand them a handout, they all wind up in the wastebasket on the way out the door because these college-age students are allergic to carrying around paper. They don't want to touch it. They don't know what to do with it. They'll take a picture of it and they'll have it in their phone, but
I won't like, I don't like people who like when you're at a conference and someone tries to hand me like their little sheet or whatever, I'm like, whoa. I don't think we're not that part of our relationship yet. Like, I don't need any paper. No, thank you. I think that, I know that I'm just always afraid of losing it. If I put it in Notes, Apple Notes, I just know that it's on a whole bunch of different devices and I won't lose it, and it'll be there. And it has its own, by the way, its own straightening. So you can take a picture of a document and it'll automatically straighten it, for you. And my kids like physical stuff, but I know even for me, I don't want to deal with paper. Leo?
So related to the picture idea, I wish somebody had taken pictures of High Street and just every single shop, every single year, and you will then see the change in how high streets change. It could be just an absolutely fabulous project for education, for economy, as you see the change in an environment over a period of time. They've always said is like all of those pictures that you took as a kid of all your friends, and you actually now you want to see what was actually look out the window and what you passed rather than the people. That's more fascinating, I find, than actually the people at times.
I used to go to there was a place in Berkeley that they just sold, it's antique store, so but there was one area that they would just have photos and slides, and to do prints I would just go buy just big packs of slides, because I was testing print techniques and everything else, and I just needed a bunch of footage. Some of those were just unbelievable. Like, they're just these trips from the 50s or trips from the 60s. And it was just this incredible, it almost felt like you shouldn't be looking at them. I mean, just from there's like a family and it was a thing and somehow all those slides ended up there. And I felt like I should almost scan them all and put them somewhere, but I never did. Of course, some move, I lost them to luck.
So I think also that there definitely is this difference in generation from what you were saying, Chris, about allergicness to paper. I have a student who's just a little bit older than me that I would place right in my generation, and she was having trouble with a concept and then wrote everything out with a pen on a notebook, and then had an office hour with me to talk about it because she was apologizing that it was not on the computer. And I said, no, look at the work you did. Like, this is great. There's no reason for it. Take a picture of it. It's okay.
Well,
so,
and that's the power of like an iPad, like being able to do all my slides, all my thoughts, when I'm trying to figure something out, you'll see me like my slides when I'm working on a slide right now and I'm like, well, you have this over here and then I have this here and then this is going to go into here. And then I'm figuring out, and I'll sketch things out as I'm working and I'll be thinking through this. I can't think without drawing. Like I can't think without that part. And whether it's a basic drawing app or, I think that's what's so powerful if you're going to leave it in the computer and an iPad is the ability to be able to write. There is a thing about drawing, for me anyway, that I need to do to figure something out that I think we have lost if we don't have something that we can draw on. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, no, I think on that, well, there's two things. I was just going to say, a Black Friday deal on document scanner is probably the adult version of taking photos of your documents. Is one of the better things I got from my office space.
What is it?
Just a document scanner. I got one of just the Canon USB ones. That has an auto feeder. But yeah, I think that the hybrid approach, nice.
That's great.
Of really recognizing for students, like when writing something on paper or drawing it on an iPad, if you have one, is easier. I don't teach very mathy courses, but for students, that are taking them, it's still way easier for most students to start by writing and exploring math on a tablet or piece of paper, and not worrying about trying to properly typeset something and get it in there, and then just taking a photo. And for a lot of students, that is their preferred way of submitting homework. And honestly, grading it, I think, works pretty well too, because if I have an image, I can enlarge that and zoom in or whatever if the handwriting is illegible. So I think there's a lot of benefits. Similar to a Photos app, probably just also worth mentioning though that things like Google Docs and similar to Evernote is step one is dumping all your your collection of documents and images and whatnot somewhere. But those also all need to be organized and pruned a little bit too, like a photo album, because even though search is a thing, there's no replacement for sort of knowing what you have yourself.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Yes. So the example, we built something which it wasn't a lifelong thing, where kids just put photos in, put text in, spoke into it, but tagged all the things that they put in, so that when they were doing their college application or creating a CV for an apprenticeship, they could go and search for the things that they saw were important, and that would be automatically put into a CV template for them, so that kids who weren't very good at designing that sort of thing, but had done loads of stuff that was quality, could actually present something on a 2-page CV that was designed and presented well. And that's what we were looking for.
I will say that engaging students to taking pictures of all their projects, they will be glad that they did that. Like having them just take pictures with their phone of everything they worked on. For the last 10 years, I've been all over the world. And for the most part, I took photos of like behind the scenes of what I was doing, mostly so I could remember how to build it next time. So I had all these build photos, like this is how I built this. This is what I built. This is what I built. Now it's this amazing collection of images of just all over the world and crazy places and all this other stuff. But I didn't think of it that way when I shot it. I just shot it as documenting my kit, and documenting what we were doing, to make sure that I could remember how to do it again. But I think that engaging folks to do that, like I'm going to start sending my kids. I have some thetas that are, the last generation thetas. Since we used to send them out with everybody, I've got a couple of them laying around, and I've decided I'm going to give them each one to my kids. Just have them just go out and do whatever they're going to do with them. Like take photos of school, take photos of where they're going and what they're doing and what they're interested in, just to have those, because I think that the 360 ones are really fascinating, because you just really get a sense of them, in that space. So anyway, next question.
Paul Wallace from Austin, Texas asks, did anyone here attend the South by Southwest EDU? How was the interface and the content?
Anyone go to it? I think there was some folks that were talking about it, but it's not. Did you go, Paul? Did you go to the EDU one?
I did not. I did not go to the EDU. I did go to the main South by Southwest, but I was just curious how it went. And the guy who came on our show that talked about it, he said he would come back later, as did Hugh Forrest. He said, if you guys want me back after South by, I would come back and do a analysis.
Whenever they're ready, I would love to. I didn't go, so I didn't see. I was just too busy working on what I was working on. But I would love to have them back to tell us what they thought worked and didn't work. Absolutely. Like we would definitely make time for that. So
all right,
find out.
I'll ping you. I'll ping you about that.
It'd be huge. Yeah. Like I'd love to find out what they liked, what they didn't like, what worked, what didn't work. That'd be fantastic. Roscoe.
Yeah, they did a really interesting sessions on Clubhouse literally the day of. They did have a lot of issues. They just a lot of conferences people couldn't get into, couldn't even find the way in, and so they had to apologize a lot on Clubhouse.
Right. It's again, I think that the challenge that I think we've conquered to some degree, not conquered, but done better at, is doing it all the time. Now, every day is insane. Like we're insane, so that we don't count in that sense. But weekly, or or something like that, to me makes way more sense. Now, I do think that South by Southwest could do something every night, like with a little bit of work. But then what happens is everybody understands the platform. They all understand where to go. Like, I had this conversation one time with John Knoll about Photoshop. And if John, John, his brother, wrote Photoshop, and so we were talking about it. And one thing he brought up was how inundating, 15 years in must be really hard for anybody to open up Photoshop, and there's all these tools and it's really complex, and people, none of us that had been using Photoshop for 15 years had that problem, because it was pretty simple when we started. Then we kept on adding things. And I think this is the same way in some ways. I mean, office hours, I try to keep as simple as possible to make that easy, but there's Discord, and there's this, and then there's your kid, and then there's all these other things. And I think that when you try to put the kitchen sink into an event that only happens once a year, you haven't tested it. You don't know how people are going to react to it. You don't have, they don't know how to use it. So everybody doesn't know how to use it. like there's nobody that understands it. And go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, it was a 5-day event. It took 5 days to figure out how to use it.
Well, and again, if you were doing if you had a huge chunk of that audience that had been using it for the last 6 months or the last year on weekly events, the curve, you would have flattened the curve, on the event, where you suddenly have a lot of people that, especially if there's a chat, what happens here, how we solve that here is there's a chat, and people go into Makana and they go, I don't understand where this is. And there's a whole bunch of people that answer their question really quickly. And then they ask, I don't understand this in Discord. And then there's a bunch of things, so there's places for people to learn how to do this. And the audience, not the audience, but the membership kind of comes to everybody's assistance. But you don't have that when everybody's new, and that's I think it's one of the hardest things with any of these events, and with big educational processes. Most educational events, the way Andrew was talking about, have had the same problem, where they turn it on and no one's done it before, and there's just chaos. Leo?
It's not just education, it's on all these events. They're still trying to do this attempt at, we need 7 tracks running all at once. We're going this week, which means that invariably you're missing all the things you want to miss to be in the wrong track at the wrong place. And they're trying to pack it all in, because that's the way they've done it in the past, because the constraint was getting everybody in the same physical time and space, which doesn't exist anymore. And I have this every single time we're setting out on new events. It's like, can you just take it slower and pack it with really good sessions, have breaks? People don't want to be sitting there going on and on and on. And you don't have to double track or treble track or quadruple track, because the worst thing is you then lower the technical ability, because there's less and less people working all at the same time. So it's really hard.
There's not enough.
Get shouted at Mickey.
There's not enough. It's spreading too little jam over too much bread. You have a crew, and they don't want to spend the real money it would take to really support that many tracks anyway. They want to have, we'll have one big track, and then we'll have one person running all the other tracks, and they can't keep track of that. And there's so many people, rather than having one specialized crew that gets to manage it over 7 weeks or over 3 weeks or whatever. And what we've seen over and over and over again is that the number of people at the beginning of an event drops by 40 to 60% by the end of the event, when it's all day, every day, multi-track. When you stretch it out over 3 or 4 weeks, there's more viewers at the end than there were at the beginning, because they tell their friends, oh, this is really good, and this is and it starts building an interest and a community around it, because it's stretched out, as opposed to just being overwhelming and not working. And you're creating all the stress of, I have to choose between this one and this one, because most of us know that it's not going to be the same to watch it later. We're recording it and we're playing it back. It's not the same when you're not there, because your way of listening is different, passive versus active. You could ask a question, and especially when you have conferences that include them, it starts to become more interesting. Talak and then TJ.
Yeah, I think for me that I was given the opportunity by another office hours member to go to the EDU, and the friction was so high, and I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but I couldn't I couldn't take the time. Like I had to turn around. It was too hard to figure out where I needed to go, what I would when, and that was unfortunate.
Yep. Yeah. TJ.
Part of the thing with, and if you're doing a multi-day summit or something, especially when it's related to education, when you're trying to learn something, if you're cramming 8 hours a day, you have to get it all done in 3 days. So you got to get all the information out to people in 3 days. That's information overload, and you cannot retain everything that gets thrown at you in that shorter time frame. But if you spread that out over a period of weeks, or months even, where you're giving little snippets here and there, that gives you a chance to absorb that. And I'm speaking from experience of having to gone for conferences and trying to learn stuff and just like cram it all in really fast. And you never retain any of that.
Well, and I tried to, like this week, I was too busy to really sit through it, but I tried to sit through the Resolve training that was being done by Blackmagic. It was the certification training for Resolve, and it's good. I mean, I can't think of her name right now. Mary, she's amazing. As a trainer for Resolve, and especially it was all in Fairlight. It was just the Fairlight page, and man, does she know it. And it's really amazing. And it was still really hard for me to commit that many days in a row to like all afternoon to doing it. Now somebody can, but I was like, wow, this would be great if it was once a week. And I could have dug through that stuff and talked about it instead of it being every day. I would have much rather have it spread out. Leo?
But what we're talking here is how educators have educated for forever. You have you turn up to a university and you are expected to do a course over a period of time. You're not doing it all in 1 week. Or we're going to do this whole thing in 1 week, and then we're going to move on to a completely different subject. You're going to take it over a period of time. And how I also, when I used to do scouts, we used to run things over a period of time so they could get. There's only so much you can pack in before you turn off. And I do find that still they're trying to pack everything into one super weekend or super week, and it just all you end up is walking out and sitting in the hallway.
I don't know if you were here last week. I coined a new term for that. It's called faux gras education. We're just going to jam it down, like whether you want it or not, or whether you can handle it or not. It's it's I just think of the little duck sitting there trying to I agree with you that it coming in. I do think that there's a value to being like stressed. I do. I don't know how to turn this into education, but the best drug for education is adrenaline. Like it is, I just, it's figuring out a way to do that, use that drug safely, is an incredible way to learn. And so there is something about really intense things where you have to build something. I think that's what robot competitions, in the first program and so on and so forth are really valuable, is that it all does come down to something, and kids are working really hard on it, and they're working really long hours on it when, trying to get this thing done and get it out the door. So I think that there's a value to that. But I do think that there is also a value to have a slow drip of just, being able to sit with the content for a while, and figure out, what it looks like and keep on turning it. Next question.
Brian Schwartz from Baltimore says, would the purchase of Discord by Microsoft have any eventual impact on virtual education?
I don't really think so, but maybe. I mean, I think that the problem is Microsoft, I don't think that they impact education that much. They just don't, it hasn't been a market that they've hit very hard, whether they want to or not. It doesn't, it's, Google Google has owned it for a long time. Go ahead, Andrew, and then Roscoe.
Yeah, so we use Office 365, Microsoft 365, and Teams is great for lessons and for structured lesson content. But they've also got Yammer, which is meant to be their social network, and it's really not brilliant. And
that's such a nice way to refer to Yammer. Anyway. Sorry.
And if they were to buy Discord and pump that into Microsoft 365, it would be a much more flexible and more useful tool than Yammer.
Go ahead, Roscoe, and then Schy.
Yeah, my concern is anytime there's any hint of the information that's put in there to be commercialized. So if students are asked to go into a platform and enter in any kind of personal information, and that somehow becomes a commercial, then formal education will run from it. Universities will just literally ban it and say, we cannot use this product. And so that's my only fear, that having it go to a profit.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Schy. Well, you can't hear you, Schy. We'll go to Chad. We'll come back to Schy.
I think it's optimistic of you to think that Discord might elevate Yammer instead of Yammer dumbing down Discord. That's what I'm more afraid of than anything.
Yeah. I think that Microsoft has gotten better at purchases, is what one thing I would say is that if you look at purchasing LinkedIn and LinkedIn Learning and, you know, that thing that they've kind of cobbled together, I think that they've done a much better job at not messing with what was working than they did earlier purchases. Those are big purchases, and they left those cultures largely intact. I mean, there's definitely some impact to it, but I think that they've done a pretty good job of LinkedIn and LinkedIn Learning as an example. Leo?
This is a long running thing. Platforms based on IRC bought by Microsoft. You know, so we've go through Skype and on and on and on, that they've gone round this loop a number of times. The big one at the moment is all, as well as Slack, which they don't, but you know, it's that they've always, these things are spun off, they've created an environment, and then they seem to get pulled in. It will be interesting to see if this one will come off. I have got a lot of times they get things really right, but I think this may be more driven by the fact that they really missed the opportunity with Skype when it got overtaken by Zoom. And the big thing that will be the barrier is that Microsoft put on authentication in the front of their products for you to be brought in to authenticate. And the whole reason that Discord is working as Zoom did is there is no big grand authentication to get into a Discord server. You can literally send somebody a link and away they go.
Well, and I think the authentication isn't the problem. It's that it ties so deeply into your authentication. And so like CES was on Microsoft Teams or whatever, and I wouldn't go. Because I was like, I'm not going to give you my Microsoft login, and I definitely don't want a second one because it'll cause mass chaos across all my computers. And so it was like, whoa, no, like that was like, do not touch that. And because I've done that before, where I've signed up for something and they decided to do it on the Microsoft platform, and it was a disaster, you know. And so that's I think that what I like about, like, if it had been on, if they had used Apple's authentication, and it was just .me, you know, my .me account or my iCloud account, totally fine, because the way Apple handles it, like it's just that I just go yes, and I authenticate in something that all my devices do. They just tie in and just say yes, and I don't have to give up any of my information. It's just used for authentication, and it's not digging into the BIOS of my computer. You know, so there's two different kinds of authentication, and I think that the Apple one, like, I get frustrated by anybody who doesn't use it on my Apple TV. I just won't use the product. Like if it says, okay, now put your code in, I'm like, yeah, let's delete that. You know, like I just want to use my .me account to authenticate, and if I have to use something else, it means I'll forget it. Now I have to manage it. Now there's all this stuff. Michael, and then Schy.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the past couple of years, they have found a space with Teams and what that can look like in a classroom, and they're still largely trying to figure it out. But I think with Discord, the space that's probably what I think is maybe likely or more possible, and I don't know if it means anything for education, but is the gaming area. I mean, as a company, Microsoft does get gaming.
Yep.
And Discord originally started out as the place for gamers to hang out and sort of back channel their gaming chat, and it still largely has some of those connections. So I think there's a good possibility that tying that into Xbox as a platform or something like that could be the way to go. But I would also agree that recently their history with acquiring companies has been pretty good. For anyone that uses GitHub, everyone can quibble when a company is acquired with sort of how things have gone, but that's another really recent example of keeping the culture strong, independent, but also sort of giving it resources. So, I mean, it could go both ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Schy.
And am I working? Well, if you plug your mic in, it works better. Just so you know, I learned something today.
It doesn't. It's not Tesla. It's not Tesla ready yet, where it just goes through the air.
Oh, so to Michael's point, the word grassroots comes to mind, and as Microsoft used to be a top down, you're going to do it our way, or leave. I think the organicness of what the gaming function of their world changed when they walked into the conventions at E3 and realized they were not the Sony, they were not the Nintendo, and they had to step it up or step away. And they stepped it up, obviously, and spent lots of the money they had done from their early heritage. So to this, crystal ball of, is Discord going to be squished? I do know, to, again, Michael's point, they are actively putting aggressively energy into Teams. But I like the idea of looking backwards at what Pixar did with Disney, when Disney realized they weren't doing the distribution of content and creating the content, and then Pixar bought Disney with Disney's money. So I'm wondering if that could happen with Discord.
Well, I think the biggest thing for me is that, like, the reason I won't use Teams, I mean, unless someone invites me to a Teams thing, but I won't base anything on it. Number one is that the interface makes me a little crazy. It does this rearranging thing that is so chaotic all the time. It's like constantly moving all the boxes around. And I don't know if they do that on purpose to like keep you active or keep you aware or whatever, but it makes me absolutely insane.
It's growing pains. I'm going to say it's growing pains.
It's just, and then the second thing is that my experience with Skype was so horrible. Like, you just can't do that with a product, regardless of whether you want to just tell people you're not going to use it anymore. Like, just turn it off. Like, but don't ruin it over and over and over again, and just drive it into the ground. Like, what they did was, for what I get that they want to depreciate it so everyone goes to Teams and everything else, or that's what it feels like, because instead of just killing it and saying, we're not going to do this anymore and you should move on to Teams or whatever. I know why you don't do that. It's because everyone will go to Zoom, or everyone, you'll lose a whole bunch of people. You're trying to hang on to them. But ruining their experience, and just over years of this slow grind where you're just dragging them along the asphalt, is a really not a way to do, not a way to have them get into your next product, and it's just, and I think for a lot of folks in education, in other places, I mean, everybody has experienced that Skype has become horrible. Chat, I mean, almost nobody knows, when we deal with influencers now, 10 years ago, I had to explain to them what Hangouts was because everyone used Skype. Now, when I go to anyone under 30 years old, they don't even know what it is. Like, what is that? Oh, do I have to create a new event? Do I have to create a new account? Like, they don't even know it exists, anymore. Chad, and then Leo.
I've searched myself for a bright side, and I do think that that Microsoft would bring analytics to Discord, which I think is sorely lacking. It'd be nice to be able to have some metrics to see what's working, what people like. So there's that.
Yeah. Leo.
So examples of where some of this does work and doesn't is, with Twitch and Amazon, you take the product, you take the thing that sits behind it, and then you re-engineer it to use it in a corporate environment. And I can see there's some advantages in there. But I just look at this like Discord, I wear jeans using, you just don't want to do that in a corporate environment. It's just a different need. And as you rightly said, that one of the worst things with Skype is when they then came out with Skype for Business, which was like, it was like it had both of its legs in concrete, and you just couldn't use this thing. You couldn't make it talk to your phone systems. You couldn't do any, it was all supposed to do everything. And you just ended up with this row of icons that just, you never knew which one was going to actually work.
Yeah, absolutely. Next question.
Christian Turi from London says, AI and machine learning is exploding in the enterprise, but the education sector seems oblivious to this. Are you aware of any good places for primary and secondary kids to learn artificial intelligence or machine learning?
Yeah, go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, Forbes has a pretty good article. They basically put the problem out there, and it's called Inspirity AI. I'll find the link, but it really goes through and says there is no curriculum that the schools can teach the basics, but really, so a team of experts from MIT and places have stepped up, and they're providing I don't want to say scholarship based, but you have to apply to be allowed into their program because they want, just kind of like there's a little bit of gatekeeping going on because they just feel if they're going to put their time into these kids, they want to make sure these kids are ready to learn it. I'll put the link in.
I don't think that they've gotten. I think that they're just dipping their toes into the water. But I said this last week, but grow with Google is the most disruptive thing I've seen in education in a century. It is. They're basically going to start. I mean, they put some simple ones out, but they're basically going to start putting out lots and lots and lots of courses on things that they want to hire people to do. And I don't know what the base age is or what the minimum age is for Grow with Google. I bet you it's something like 15, and I'm sure that they're, paying a lot of attention to that. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any dedicated curriculum that exists today. I think the two places that I'd start is, well, for primary kids, just starting out with any kind of programming is probably going to be, a good, a good solid foundation, just because to get to the point where you can, at least with the tools that exist today, really dive in. There's enough programming knowledge that, I think taking it slow and just teaching the basics of programming first would be really valuable. And that, of course, can be applied other places. The other thing that I'd say, though, and this goes for kids at any age and adults, but understanding the basic statistics first, not necessarily all the advanced statistics that go into making some kind of machine learning model, but just having a solid foundation of statistics will be super useful. And part of this is because there's a lot of machine learning and AI work that you can do today without really understanding what you're doing. And these are some of the things that also lead to a lot of problems when people try and just deploy a model and throw it over the wall, and then it makes some classification without understanding why. And so I think that, for kids, probably just starting with those two things, and then over time you could build up, some of that knowledge. The other thing is, if you're talking about, teaching AI machine learning, there are growing pieces of curriculum that talk a little bit more about the implications and how they're used. And that could also be a good starting point if you are just sort of learning programming and then talking about some of the tools that sort of get built off that and how they're used. Because I think for a lot of kids, understanding when something is affected by a piece of machine learning is another form of literacy, in the way that when you read something, you have to judge its source. If something is affected by an algorithm, it might not matter, but there's plenty of examples where it really does matter what the source or the effect of a computer on that content is. So I would almost start from just the understanding and interpretation end rather than the building.
Next question.
Andrew
Flower. This is the last one, right? By the way, if you're wondering why we've been kind of just meandering through these questions and really answering them fully, there's not a ton of questions today for education. So we've been kind of like, we might as well, chew our meals completely. So anyway, if you have any other questions, we're going to probably give everybody a break before the resolve one if we don't have any more questions after this one. If we do have more questions, we'll keep going. Next question.
So Andrew Flowerdew of Warwick, UK, and of the panel here today asks, did anyone else attend the World Education Summit? What were the best bits?
Oh, did we? I think maybe, did we? Is that a second? Oh, I guess that was the. So you attended it, Andrew.
Yeah. It was 4-day summit run by the Times Educational Supplement, and it was. Just like I explained earlier, there was sort of 8 tracks. Every hour there'd be a new lecture across all the 8 tracks, and I got to see, some each hour, but I didn't know whether anybody else had a look. It was great content. It was just badly organized, but I don't think anybody saw it.
Yeah, Oh, interesting. The contact. So it came out of. It's based in India. Go ahead, TJ.
I'm just wondering if any of that content is available post conference, or if it was all just there and it's gone forever, kind of thing.
Yeah, they're going to have it available for 12 months for people. So I can go back and look at all the content if I want, and I think I might actually do it for the IT stuff. But yeah, it's going to be there for 12 months for those people who forked out their £300 a pop.
Yeah, I think actually last year there was I think we were in discussions with them about doing it, and I think we came in more expensive than what they wanted to spend. Leo?
There appears to be about 3 or 4 World Education Summits on in the last 2 weeks. So I'm just trying to work out which one is the World Education Summit, because there's definitely one in India, and there seems to be one. There's a couple of others on at the same time.
Yeah, it is a
little... education.
Yeah, do you know which one, Andrew? Do you know which?
Yeah, let me just put the link in Recana. I've just gotta find where the link is.
Yeah, because you're right. It's fascinating that they I guess they've decided that that's not. Oh, I see. So your here's Osiris. Is it Osiris Educational?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Yeah. And it all looks like they all happened at very close to the same time, which would be really difficult. It means that they're literally, if I was planning something, I definitely wouldn't plan them all on top of each other unless they were all interconnected, which it doesn't look like they pay attention to each other at all. Go ahead, Chris.
It occurs to me that Andrew's critique of the way in which the summit was organized and various alternatives that have been raised that sound very sensible also sound a lot like the way compulsory schooling is organized. That is, we've had 100 years to develop what we're living with today in schooling, and it's long days of parallel sessions and on and on and on. All of the disadvantages that made Andrew back away carefully from this poorly organized conference, even though the content was good, as he said. So my point is, we might be able to think about a better way to reorganize schooling that learns from these experiences of trying to redo conferences or do conferences virtually that habitually had been face-to-face and limited by time and space. So, I mean, maybe this is obvious and what Alex has been talking about for months, or maybe years. But if we can think of some baby steps that would move, say, secondary school to more of a constructive conference model where you tune in once a week, or even once a day, but for an hour, and I'll stop talking there.
No, it's I mean, like this, I mean, because it's driven by questions, mostly a lot of this has been very, we've become a theoretical bunch, philosophical bunch here on Saturday mornings, which I enjoy. When I first started it, what I kind of thought we might get into is like, well, how do I do this? And how do I do that? And how do I do this? And, how do I make this camera work? Or how do I do Keynote? And I think that there's a place for that somewhere. The hard part is reaching critical mass, in like, I know I know I keep on coming back to this, but I need 100 people. Like to do like a technical one, you need 100 to 200 teachers, and then a bunch of us to answer the questions is really where it begins. And again, and then I think I still think that a couple minutes of talking and a lot of Q&A and discussion is still what I prefer. I find myself, and I don't know whether it's this office hours that's created it, but I find myself incredibly impatient with long drawn out talks at this point. Like after a year of us talking together, I can almost not concentrate. Like if someone's just going to talk to me straight for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, I'm like, can we ask some questions? I have questions, Leo.
To comment on what Andrew said earlier, just to let you know, this site is built on Wix, not on WordPress. To go back on Chris's point and what he was saying about the evolution of this. In the other area that I'm dealing with, the temple got destroyed 2,000 years ago, and we're now learning and we're still evolving how we're going. This has been 1 year, and this evolution will continue for quite a while.
No, absolutely. Well, and I think it just accelerated. It just put a whole bunch of materials, like what was announced this last week with Zoom is going to revolutionize education. Like it is going to change everything, but it won't happen next week. So Zoom released the video API, which means that you can use Zoom. This is interesting for educators. You can use the Zoom backend, but you can make these video screens and the interface and how it all works look however you want it to look. You don't have to have it look, so you can't, so you can basically have everybody's experience. If you want to put a window with a bunch of text around it, you want to have, a grid or a grid over on one side and the window over here, all of those things are now served up to you. And this is like, basically, I mean, I think that Hopin's investment in StreamYard may have been, obfuscated. It is a nuke that just got dropped, of, hey, everybody can just do their own version. Now it's not free, and it costs, it seems like a very small amount of money, 1/3 of a cent per minute of playback, but it would add up. For us, if we did Zoom in a custom system for all of you to watch, it would cost me about $5,000 to $6,000. Not that I've already done the math per month to do that. But for events where you don't, people are paying for it, or for education where you might have a budget for that process, you can now build anything that you think, so we're going to see 1,000 front ends and all kinds of things that are figured out. We're working on some of the stuff related to Makana. There's a lot of really interesting opportunities there. Go ahead, Kent, and then Leo.
So is that what you just mentioned about Zoom? Is that limited by the hardware that you're running Zoom on your computer?
Anything that'll run Zoom.
Okay. Because I think there was the previous update that they allowed you to load video into Zoom to play later.
No, this is you're using the entire conversation engine that we have. It's basically like having a pre-built WebRTC server that's better than WebRTC, available for you to do however you want. Now, you don't get anything. There's no login, there's no talk button, there's no nothing. You have to create it from scratch, and you're not allowed to tie into the standard Zoom because that'd be a security breach. And we're going to talk about it, by the way, on Monday. So Andy Carluccio is going to be here, and we're going to talk. That's Monday's session is going to be all about the new Zoom video API, because it is massive. Of what's possible.
Will that be released? When are they releasing that?
Yesterday.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, or this week. Yeah. So it's amazing. Leo.
I love it when Alex answers just as you're about to say something. All the things that you talk about that Hopin run on and others run on, they run on WebRTC. I actually don't see this being a killer to those products. I actually see them being able to offer a WebRTC version or a Zoom-based version of their products, the same way as you would have different mobile phone providers and other areas. And I actually think those guys could be ahead of the game because they've already done all the hard, heavy lifting of the front end configuration and everything. I think Hopin, as a good example, actually have a really good layout and a strategy of how the actual event side works compared to others, which just look like a mess on a screen. They actually have a good solid, here is our main rooms, here is our breakouts, here is our meetings, and here is a way for you to interact with other people and meet them on an environment. So I think they're going to do really well on it. It's just that they may end up sub-licensing Zoom as the engine that puts that connects people rather than WebRTC.
It's just that what happened, I think, was that there was it's just now suddenly everybody has access to the tools. And so the thing is that now, like you didn't have, like building WebRTC and making it really work well was not trivial, and it never really worked. Like WebRTC is a little unstable from my perspective. I mean, compared to Zoom, because Zoom put a bunch of, extra sauce in it that makes it traverse complex networks better, and et cetera. And so I think that is, but what it did is that getting that right was really hard. And I think that's a lot of what StreamYard did. Of course, it has a bunch of other things on top of it that are great. But now everybody has access to that. and people are going to innovate very fast. It's going to be a lot of innovation. It may turn out well. They may be able to hunker through it, but it's their picture got much more complicated when this happened, because there's going to be a lot of money being put into building alternative versions. They really were the only other, in my opinion. If you're doing a video production, you want to do it all on the web, StreamYard is the only way to really do that well. I mean, there's Restream does it a little bit and other folks, but StreamYard was definitely the leader. And what you're going to see is this explosion of customization that we haven't seen before, because the WebRTC stuff was a little chunky and people would just stop, working on it. And now all they have to do is work on the interface, and that's a much different world than what was there before. Chad and then Michael.
I wanted to either emphasize or be corrected and get clarity on the point that you mentioned briefly with the new video API. The regular Zoom client won't work. You have to have a custom developed solution for every part of the Zoom contribution.
You cannot touch the Zoom client, and that's because they don't want to hand off information, personal information. Michael,
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there will probably be a place still for WebRTC, given just how easy it is for people to work.
It's less
around.
expensive, too.
Mm-hmm. And by and large, it will keep improving. And I guess the advantage for a lot of these things too is that if there is a base level technology built into the browser that keeps improving, then it's easy to take advantage. But I do think that there's something in events that use their own platform and then leverage Zoom. Right now, it is pretty interesting because that experience with the current SDK feels very half baked. And I think that, the reality, I was at a conference a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, where the entire site was this platform called Pathable, which is decent, but as all the platforms that are new, kind of buggy still. But, going from, a platform to the Zoom app is nice. And ultimately, the easiest thing for people is to just have a link that opens Zoom on your computer, because it's an experience that you are familiar with. But the problem Zoom has today is their browser-based SDK has 500 different limitations in various different ways, depending on the week of the year, that the desktop app doesn't have. So I hope for them that this is a little bit of a looking forward of cleaning things up, such that the experience that you do get from an event like this will be a little bit more consistent. And if you join from two different devices, you'll see the same thing.
Well, and I think that, this is an API that works on all the devices. And so being able to build your own app that does these things, there's just so much. Being able to create these apps is going to be a big deal. Leo?
I think that's going to be really fascinating where it goes. So a good example is, will somebody like Apple license in the video technology to make their video calling work and use that? Because that's the bit that's going to be an interesting way of how it's going to work together on there. And we've seen this before. Some of us will remember back to the sort of the mail wars, where it was AOL was in a separate little silo, I guess, against every exchange and everything, and then they came to what was a bad solution technically, which is SMTP, but I don't want to go into that argument. But they came up with something so that we could get the comparables, because we had Lotus Mail, which had graphical, and MS Mail, which didn't, and then they eventually linked the two together, and so you could actually know that you could send an email from one person to another. I think this is the thing. As we said, we're not going to say goodbye to WebRTC. We haven't said goodbye to Android. We won't say goodbye to an open source alternative to anything, because if anything, open source alternatives always power education in other parts of the world, because you can basically land that and get that on your machine and play and test and be building something with no licensing costs, which is a huge benefit in certain parts of the world where they're going, I need to learn how to do this. So that's why these things take off. But we also know that WebRTC tops out at a certain level. It is flaky in comparison to the beautifulness that you get with the Zoom backend video when you run it at 1080p.
And I did realize, we were doing an event a week ago that didn't have the pixie dust, the Zoom pixie dust, and it was 640 by 360, and I was like, oh, that isn't a very good. webinar experience. Like you know, like we don't have that. You know, like we have a very different we live in a different world than that. So I have thought about that as well. Next question.
Christian Turi from London says, has computer gaming got any educational value?
Yeah, go Leo. You're gonna go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I already answered this earlier. I've learned to type 100 words a minute on an Apple II. When the Apple II was like this thing, you know, and this thing.
I think my kids learn a lot in Roblox, or they did. Now they're in Minecraft or whatever. But there's a lot of figuring things out that they have to do, and beyond. Like, I don't know if they learn anything more about history, but I do know that there's a lot of critical thinking of putting things together and working things out and figuring, you know, and even I find I only play one game, which is called Kingdom Rush, and it's on my phone, and I find it a fascinating concept of resource allocation, of really learning that you can't have everything be, you have to figure out where you're going to put, you have a constrained set of resources, and you have to figure out how to organize those resources in a way that is going to allow you to win, you know, and it's just I find it philosophically a fascinating game in that sense. Go ahead, TJ, and then Aaron, and then Andrew.
I think depending on the game, like you say with Minecraft or Roblox, one of these where it's teaching you to kind of build and think about things, you know, in a way to assemble whatnot, that can be very beneficial. But part of it, like if you're doing Fortnite or PUBG or something where the competition aspect, I think, really ties into what Aaron had talked about earlier, where there's a competitive nature where, oh, I'm a little bit better, and then the next person, well, I want to do a little bit better, so I'm going to maybe do a little more just to kind of get myself more bonus points, or more, you know, whatever the prize is, as it were. And that little bit kind of slowly drives, just like Apple with the rings on their watch, their things. I can't tell you how many times, you know, it's 10 o'clock at night and I'm, you know, 15 calories away from closing my ring. I'll do something to do that extra 15 calories. I would never have done that before if I hadn't have thought, you know, it didn't have that thing, that motivating factor for me.
Right. Absolutely. Aaron?
So everything that TJ said, just ditto, but also thinking way back from when I was younger and I learned how to type through Mavis Beacon. And now other kids are learning how to type through Typing Club. And for like history and geography, I know I used to play Carmen Sandiego as a kid, and I know some other kids have found some like really old versions of it. So they'll ask me questions like, wait a minute, what does this mean? Where's Mount Fuji? And I'm like, let's talk about it. So I do think that games have a really great place in education if they're used correctly.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, games got me back in, saved me for education. So I sort of, when I was learning, when I was at university, I went into a class to see how a real teacher worked, and it was a disaster. These kids were messing around and just generally being negative. And I'm sat in the pub afterwards thinking, well, do I want to be a teacher? And actually a couple of these kids came in and sat down at one of those pub Space Invader tables, and they absolutely crushed the Space Invader, but they were helping each other. They were doing strategies. They were actually discussing the timing of things. And it sort of made me think, well, there's obviously a way that we can use these things in getting these kids who were turned off in school to learn better. And then later on, when I was actually a teacher, I used a game, and I used it for, it's still available now somewhere, a game called Cars Mass in Motion, which is a Grand Prix racing simulation, and involves you doing all sorts of maths around the Grand Prix track and working out the speed and taking risks and estimating things. And then you've got to do we built it into a project where they had to do a business plan for sponsors, and they had to do marketing, and all based around this really simple game. But it really glued education together. And I think, just like Aaron said, good games, whatever they are, used appropriately and used in a fun way, can make learning much better.
Yeah, absolutely. anything applied, right? Anything that applies the knowledge as opposed to just learning it would makes it better. It just doesn't happen as often as we'd like. Schy and then Leo.
The term gamification has not been lost on business, and the badges of the game concept. I mean, I remember being in the awards industry for a while, and it was not the $1.99 plastic, plexiglass thing. It was the recognition of your effort. It was your peers' acknowledgement. It was your boss's eye-to-eye connection with you that sends you. Now, to that point, a gentleman said, "Yeah, I went back to my high school, and my trophy that I had, awarded the school with was in the dumpster." And he thought, really? That's where that little piece of tin metal went. And so I think the question of survival and learning is what I keep looking in my world of where how can we ask better questions for survival. And this, while the gamification is a technique, is a tool in the education towards learning, is a technique.
I think that there's a power to having like milestones that you want to get to. And then I think one of the things that I try to encourage my kids at least to do is there's also power of discarding the milestones. So like as soon as you get past them, blow them up. Like just get rid of them. Like don't like keep them for a while and be happy. And I admit that I'm very like, people ask me like, do you remember? It's nice. I'm glad I saved some of the photos. I wish I saved a couple more. It's not that you shouldn't save anything, but at the same time, that milestone got you to where you are. It doesn't need to keep, your milestones get you to where you are, and very soon after start holding you back. I used to joke all the time with the kids. Not all the kids. This is a generalization, but a great number of the kids that peaked in high school, well, that was when they peaked.
Yeah.
And so, or in college, and so it's being focused on, because they kept on focusing back on when it was great, and so you can suddenly be looking in the rearview mirror too often and not looking at what's in front of you. Go ahead, Leo. I'm going to keep moving because we're going to close up here in like 3 minutes.
So I think there's actually also a big change that's going to be happening in the gaming industry. Because of where we're moving as a general society, things which were less and less palatable with Me Too, etc., and those sort of things coming around, that I think the current genre of very shoot 'em up, gory games will still exist, but I think it'll become less and less popular because people are just not interested. There are a lot of college students that aren't actually super impressed with the idea of taking a car and driving around and causing carnage. And that will change, I think, what is seen as popular and will enable games to be used in a more educational environment.
Go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, when you add quality entertainment, quality music, and interactivity, it's incredible. So if you haven't looked at humongous games with Freddy Fish and Putt Putt the Car and those types of things, take a look at them real close because they really teach good logical skills at a very early age.
Good. Go ahead, Chris.
Two things. There's an expression in education that there's a difference in teachers who have 20 years of experience and teachers who have 1 year of experience 20 times. So to Alex's point, if we're looking backward and using the same lesson plans and so forth that worked last year, we're going to be held back. We're not going to be taking advantage of opportunities, and we're not going to be learners ourselves as teachers. If you define yourself as a learner, then it's more likely that you'll be looking forward and adding value to each cohort than if you're saying, well, I've got this solved. I'm going to repeat because it worked last time. I forget what the second one was. Oh, it was a recommendation to listen to the Bruce Springsteen song called Glory Days, which is all about looking backwards, and it doesn't get you very far.
The one of the best things that we did in Pixel Core that at the time was just what we did. I didn't think about it, was the fact that all of our kits were pulled apart when they got back, when they were brought back into the office. They're ripped apart and reassembled. So we would custom build a rack for every show, almost every show. There was a handful of racks that stayed roughly the same, but almost every rack was habitually torn apart and put back together. And the advantage of that is that we were constantly evolving. Every show was different than the last show. Every show was a little better. Everything was and I was like, why do people keep on doing it that way? And I realized it's because they have a rack that they haven't changed in a year or 2 years or 3 years. And this is what the rack can do. And it's much more efficient and probably costs a lot less to do it that way. But we were not being limited by that. We were constantly, evolving. A lot of times I think that, your reality, like what you see in the world, is not where you're going, it's where you've stopped, and that kind of builds your surface of reality. Yeah.
There's a huge idea called becoming a learning organization. Right. And much of organization is about solving the problem once after the first couple of years of struggling around, and then believing that that's going to be the solution that's going to take you to retirement. Right. Or to the next generation. But if you shift and learn from experience and sort of take the time to take the racks apart and put them back together using contemporary understanding of the situation, you'll be a learning organization, and it's a living.
This is an experiment, like in what we're doing here, where we're meeting every week, or we're meeting every day, and I think that we're getting to a point where, like, my vision is the kids start doing this when they're things that they're passionate about when they're 8, 9, 10 years old, and that there's a steady thing that they just do the rest of their lives. They can still learn the stuff and whatever, but there's like an hour a day that they're thinking about the thing that they're interested in, and that just lasts forever. It doesn't, and they're constantly evolving and getting better. Not like they got out of college and now they're doing the thing. They're doing the thing, but they're constantly, exploring it. Next question.
Alex 4D Gollner from London, Europe, says U.S. courses at university start with 101. Recently, tech courses start with 50 for basic tech literacy. Another good 50 subject would be video or media literacy. Do you agree? And what other 50 subjects would be a good idea?
There's so many. Yeah, go ahead, Schy. And we're going to go pretty quick because I do want to give people time to break before
it'll be very easy. Start with where it all starts, the story. Sorry, I feel like Stuart, but yeah, it's around the campfire. Story.
No, yeah, go ahead, TJ.
Basic critical thinking to when you're looking at something, especially on the internet, to not just blindly assume that it is fact or real because it was on the internet.
I think that there's a lot of like just making things like one of the really is just visual layout. I'm just amazed watching people. One of the more important skills is understanding how to lay out a slide deck, for instance, which seems to have eluded even the most educated. So being kind of educated in that area of how to create something clean that has an impact is pretty useful. Go ahead, Mickey, and then Steve, and then Michael, and then we'll move on. Basic
accounting. Anything you'll do, you end up doing in life, you'll have to deal with it at some point. Learn how to read a P&L sheet or balance sheet.
Steve?
I think troubleshooting, problem solving is so critical. I think giving a child, how do you solve that? Well, let's go through it. Let's go through step by step, and learning that process to troubleshoot something is so important for your future in so many different ways. So many students, don't have a clue when they come in and say, okay, let's start with the plumbing. Let's see why is this signal not getting from A to B or whatever. Let's start with the plumbing, start with the basics. And I think that I think should be part of the critical 50.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael?
Yeah, I like Mickey's suggestion, but I was going to say, similar to your slide suggestion, is just sort of communication as a course, because a lot of people think communication is just writing. And when they go to communicate in some other form, they don't make the connection to what their goal is. And I think sort of just broadening that most of the ways that we communicate are far more than just a report or a written word of some sort. And that would be media and video audio production in part 2, but many types of things.
While writing is important and people have done it, I know so many people, I couldn't even count how many people that I know who had an extremely accelerated track through their corporation, through their organization, whatever, for two reasons. One is they were either good, well, one reason, they were either good at building keynote documents or they're good at building videos. And their ability to communicate on that level set them so far above everybody else. Everyone else would write papers and with pictures in them and didn't get anywhere. No one would read them, you know, especially when they could look at 20 pictures and get it, you know. And it is a common, like it is amazing at this point that kids aren't learning how to make Keynote doc or PowerPoint or whatever you want to call it, and videos, is because that is, in the corporate world, that is your acceleration into management, is understanding how to do those two things. Go ahead, Talak.
For me, a lot of times in this world, we can get pre-made things handed to us and off we go. So I think a class that allows us
Where to find it,
take things apart, break it apart, look at it and realize that things are made up of other things.
Right.
And then we can have the kind of thinking to move forward and make something out of scratch or out of many things into another thing.
Absolutely. All right. We have one more question, but we're going to probably, it's not really related to, well, let's do this really quick. Not really education, but your shorter question. Have you had any insight on the M1 yeah. So when will the 16-inch M1 come out? No idea. If I was going to guess, I'd say June. So but it's literally me throwing the ball and there's no receivers there. That's my guess, because that's when, you know, typically Apple releases hardware. So so that would be it. All right. We're going to give everybody a break. We got 9 minutes until we're going to do Resolve. Mickey, can you keep an eye out for Mark and Steve? And we'll get them in as soon as we see them. And thank you to all the educators.
Thanks, Alex.
Amazing. It is always so great to see you all. It was kind of fun. It was kind of a relaxed conversation. We just kind of mulled through the things. There wasn't like a ton of questions. It was I just decided to, you know, we'll just see how it goes. And it was great hanging out with all of you as always. Really fun. While it didn't become, you know, I thought this was going to be kind of a problem solving Saturday morning, everything. I like the fact that we just get to sit here and just mull over ideas around education. I think it's a really fun thing to do. So anyway, I really appreciate everybody who comes on Saturday mornings and has this, what I think is a pretty important conversation. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
And let's go ahead and take a break here. And Mickey, if you can keep an eye out for Mark and Steve, I'm going to walk away for just a minute and I'll be right back just before the top of the hour.
And don't forget, Thursday nights, you can catch Aaron and Emily in the education hours.
Yes.
On
Makes me
Clubhouse.
so happy.
Clubhouse. What's it called?
Oh, that's so happy.
Are you able to put a link? I think you can share a link to that, Aaron. If you can share that in our Mukana so that we know where it is. Go share the event, and I don't care if you share it every day, so people know about it. It'd be great. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So happy.
I listened, but I was actually running a show, so I couldn't say anything.
Yeah, same here.
I'm going to bounce because tonight is different from all other nights, which will mean something to some people on here, probably won't for others. And so I'm going to make a bounce. See you all tomorrow.
Be well.
I am too. Good show today, guys.
Hey, Ray, you want to do a quick check?
Good show, everybody. Thank you. Take care.
Yes, I will. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their party on their pile mic and into their mix pre.
That's a good check, sir. Thank you very much. And Ken, I noticed you brought your mic a bit closer. You want to do a recheck? Not hearing you.
So Mickey, real quick, I was thinking we should have people tell us where they're adjusting their gain or volume. I don't know which term you prefer when they're doing their mic check.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it would vary without knowing their complete, listen, like whole chain
No, I just want to know what they're touching. When you ask them to adjust volume, where are they
Gotcha.
adjusting it? So therefore it tells us what their chain is, or because we're getting some that are getting very coarse adjustments and others that I'm just trying to figure out whether
Mhm.
Zoom is a better fine tune than outside of Zoom.
If you're going through an interface, sorry, Tlaloc. Yeah, if you're going through an interface that has like a manual control, gain control or fader, what you want there for the best, what do you call this, the most optimal gain structure is you always have Zoom full, and you do your adjustments earlier in the chain.
And the only way we know Zoom is full is by looking at the WLM or looking at the Zoom meters when you say that.
Like if they're
The Zoom level hand.
the Zoom fader, the Zoom level
The
adjustment.
Zoom level. Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
I also noticed that the ATEM, has the 3 dB move with the buttons.
Yeah,
But
with
if
the
you're
physical
in the
button.
with the physical button, but if you're in the software, you can go much more granular.
Yeah, you
and
can
stuff.
go up to I believe like up to 0.1 dB steps.
I think you can do it numerically.
Yeah.
You can do
right.
Yeah, what I do is I do a basic setup with my MixPre and its gain and faders, and they're both near mid. They're not, nothing is turned to an extreme. And then I have turned on the limiter in WLM. By the way, I got WLM and then got its settings set to Mickey's settings. And I turn on the limiter there, and when Mickey asks me to go up or down, I move that fader, or in the WLM, I move the limiter very, very slightly. I find that to have a very fine control. In other words, I'm pre-set up to be pretty close, and then I do my final trim there. Is that okay, Mickey?
Not the best in terms of gain staging again, because like you may be clipping earlier in the chain, or you may be too loud earlier in the chain. Like if it's distorted early in the chain and then you bring down the distorted material, it's not gonna matter. It's already distorted.
Yeah, but I'm mid-range in everything ahead of that. I'm not. I know I'm not clipping in anything earlier than that. If I look at, well, for instance, if I look at the MixPre, I'm kind of mid-scale on all my meters and dials and everything. And the MixPre isn't anywhere near clipping. Occasionally I hit a yellow, but and then, that final touch, I just, I'm just limiting my highest, peaks, but I don't think I sound like I'm over compressing.
Yeah.
Are you
I mean, if it seems to be working, so if it works, it works. It's just not the optimal way to do things, in my opinion.
Are you introducing any audio delay for your lip sync anywhere, Ray? Because I think your lip sync is a little off.
Not that I know of. Just a second. Let me just try something.
Definitely off a little bit.
Interesting.
Oops. Turn the light down.
You had your hand up, Charles?
Apologies. Last time I had to re-ask to get back in, and this time it just kind of like brought me back into the panel. So I was just making sure.
If you were agreed to as a panelist after Mickey's check, you come in unless they do something deliberate to move you as an attendee. That's a Zoom feature. Hey, Mickey,
Hey,
have you seen the?
Sorry, Peter. Steve, do you want to do a quick mic check?
I'm just teasing. Messing with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming in just about maybe 2 or 3 dB too hot.
Okay, hang on. Let's see. I gotta adjust it up here on my mic.
So Steve, while you're doing that, just letting you know, the other Steve Bays, when he was doing a Final Cut class, we would have the "What T-shirt are you wearing today, Steve?" question. Just so you know.
Yeah, I know.
And Mark Spencer's there. Can you pull Mark in? I don't have control. Yeah, what is that? What Apple T-shirt is that?
It's a T-shirt that you can only get at the Apple store in Cupertino, and they change them up all the time. And this was like they did this one run of the kind of the Steve Jobs pirate thing,
right?
So I just thought it was cool, and I had to have it. So, and I got to tell you, they're really expensive shirts. They're almost $50 for a T-shirt, which to me is outrageous. But I have to say that the T-shirts are really good quality. I mean, they've gone through constant wash cycles, and they're
my kids.
Yeah, they're great.
I got my kids at One Infinite. I got them this, like, it was like a wireframe of the headset and a wireframe of something else or whatever that was really gorgeous, and it was really expensive. But I bought one for each of the kids, and they've been wearing them over and over and over again for like a year.
Yeah,
and they love wearing them, and they look brand new. Like, I don't know what magic apple dust was added to the thing, but it's quite something.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we are welcome, guys. Mark, do you want to do a quick test, a quick audio test?
Sure. So let's see my audio. It looks like it's reading about minus. Am I a little hot?
Yeah, a little hot.
A little hot. Okay, always a little hot. How's that? Let's see if I'm a little better there. 19, 20.
Sounds the same.
Sounds the same. I'm turning it down here. How's that?
Oh,
that's better. Well, talk for a little bit. We need to hear it for a little bit.
Okay, so I'm talking for a little while, and it looks like I'm hitting about the minus 20. Looks pretty good.
Want to go up a little bit now. Okay. Split the difference.
Okay, how about right about there? Now, can you hear me okay?
Now split the difference between those two.
Okay, right about there. How's that?
Still a little hot.
I'm barely touching the dial, man.
You might be able to do it also through if it's coming through. What are you going into? What is the mic?
It's going into a KLM attached to my Sony A7S III. It's a Logitech Blue mic going XLR into my A7S III.
Right.
And that has its own separate control on it.
I don't know if you can you control it? Can you control that input in Zoom? You might have more control actually in the Zoom audio settings.
Really?
If you turn off the auto.
Let's see.
It's considerably louder than everybody else. So that's
wondering as well if automatically adjust level might be.
Okay, I turned off the auto, but then the slider still doesn't work.
Yeah, because it's coming in embedded. That's what I was afraid of. Yeah.
So you don't have a little dial? Do you have a dial on your Sony audio interface to just adjust?
Yeah, I am. I'm adjusting that right now. So let me turn it way up. So now it's way up, and it's my second input. Mic. Is that any better now?
A little low.
Definitely sounds different. Can you lean back and?
Yeah. So how's that right now? Is that
and are you able to pull that mic closer to you?
Sure.
Don't worry about it being in frame. We don't care.
Okay. Yeah, I mean it's very close now. It's a few inches from my face.
I would go even closer with that mic.
Okay. And I've really got the gain
like 3 inches. Like 3 inches.
Well, that's about 3
inches. Is that as far as it'll go? Okay.
Okay.
And then go ahead and turn it.
Okay.
Turn it up a little.
I'm testing the mic volume now.
Needs to go higher.
I've got a minus 20 dB pad on it, so I can bump that up. Okay, is that better? How's that now? No,
it needs to go
higher,
up.
Higher, okay. Auto. Mic. Okay, now how's that? Wow.
Still low.
Guys, I'm sorry. I don't want to waste all this time doing my
we don't have we're not stacked up. This is what we do. This is the way we are about things. But
so
we lost Steve.
Now? And this definitely this mic, right? You hear me tapping?
Nope.
Nope. You're on a different mic now.
All right. Because Steve and I just did a test an hour ago, but we used again, we used Skype. We should probably be doing it on Zoom.
Yeah.
My
Zoom
input is my
processes it.
Blackmagic mic input, connected only by XLR.
I think it might be coming through from the camera.
Well, I do have two. How about this? Do you hear that tapping?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear that
Okay,
really
so
well.
There's two XLR inputs to the camera. There's an on-camera mic as well.
Yeah, you need to turn that one off.
So and that one's input 1. So I'll turn that one off.
We're a bunch of audio folks here. We're still learning Resolve, but we're really into our mics.
Yeah, the audio input for that one is set to 0. And one we're setting on the back of this. Okay, so I'm currently input select digital in 1 plus 2. I don't even know why you'd hear that one.
And you're feeding into
We don't hear
the A7S3?
we don't hear anything right now. We don't hear anything now. Wow, we heard something there. Yeah. Sorry, we had you tear apart. We probably should have kept it just a little loud.
We did it. Mark and I always do a test over Skype just in the morning. It's
Yeah, we don't use Skype. We have no idea. Like Skype is like we've stopped using it a long time ago. We just Zoom and Skype will process it differently, and we also have it a little lower than everyone else. And this is the hard part about mics going into cameras is that cameras don't really have enough levers.
We're sure we didn't have them turn it off in Zoom somehow and switch off of that camera. Just want to verify we're not.
Yeah, we're not hearing it now. Sorry, we broke it.
one thing you could do, Mark, is just switch over to your MacBook Pro microphone, which is a damn good audio mic for a laptop. I bet that would be okay.
It very well could be. I mean, Mark, you might want to test that just to see if it. We don't hear that mic. We've somehow broken your chain. I apologize.
Well, Zoom audio has been resetting
am
things
I back
too.
on this mic?
Yep.
Okay, I'm back on that mic.
And it's just low.
Let's just go with that mic, and I'll try to troubleshoot it after.
That's fine.
But you can hear that mic.
Yep, we can hear that. You just have to talk up a little bit.
Yeah, so that's this. I have this separate. You probably can't see that in the shot very well, but that's a separate mic going into the camera. Up here,
oh, right.
From this one here, they're both XLR inputs into this, which is a little bit. You can't quite see that there, can you? No, I don't have enough.
Yeah, that mic on your camera is much further
But you can
away.
hear me okay?
Sort
of.
Turn it up. You're a little low. I don't know if you can turn it up anywhere
Sure,
or not. Okay.
I can turn it up there, and I've also got a 20 dB pad on it, so let me bump that up to
That
10
helped.
dB pad. How's
That helped.
That
That
helped?
was huge.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
And
better.
you look marvelous, by the way.
Yeah,
Your
you look
is
great.
Amazing.
Is this the A7?
Hey, this is A7S3, yeah, and I got a 1.6 right now. I'm on a 1.4 lens, 24 millimeter
Yeah.
lens.
They're really shallow depth of
And I
field.
put some pretty
Bokeh.
lights in the background. You like those?
I know the Bokeh. I mean, the A7 is a gorgeous camera.
It really is.
It's just you can almost always tell someone's got. I mean, like a lot of us have the Blackmagic cameras, which we love because we can shade them from the switcher and all the things you guys know. You guys have training on it. But the A7 is it's a beautiful looking image. Yeah.
All right, but I still got some audio stuff to work out.
It sucks the light out of next week. That's the crazy part.
Go ahead, Charles.
It invents light.
Hey,
Exactly. It brings its
I
own.
hear Steve really low.
You want to talk a little bit more, Steve?
Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, you got low. Well, I think when
he
you
did.
left
Steve got
and came
low.
back, you were audio thing.
Yeah, I was.
Well, the tools going into it are a little rough.
Here, well, hang on. I'm gonna just do the lo-fi method of just moving the mic really close. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yep.
Does that help?
It's not the lo-fi method. It's actually the best method.
Yeah.
That's everything.
Yeah, you're on the sorry, the other was yeah. Is that better?
Does that have a gain adjustment on the mic as
No,
well?
it does not. You have to do it on the device you're feeding it. So I have to get up there and on my Canon.
Let's not do that again. No, we'll just have pull it as close as you can, and we'll go from there.
Steve, I can see the gain on that microphone is all the way down on the dial behind it.
It's on the back.
Oh, you know, my granddaughter must have been messing with it. Yeah, it's her fault. Okay, testing 1, 2.
Yeah, it's much
1, 2. Oh yeah, all right. See, I don't know what I'm talking about. I should take
now you're a little high. You can turn it down a little bit.
1, 2, 1, 2.
But don't change anything.
Okay, 1, 2. 1, 2.
Okay, it's great. It's great. All right, let's jump into the questions. This is our last week. If you have any general questions that you want to, and the unfortunate thing is we put Mark and Steve in a bad position because usually we do mic checks before the top of the, like that's something we get at we do this exactly what we just did there for 20 minutes every single day. So anyway, let's jump into the questions. If you have general questions or if you have export questions based on the training, this is our last day, so go ahead and throw resolve questions into Makana, and we'll get going. Go ahead. What do we got, TJ?
Okay, so first question today is from John Pewitt from Huntersville, North Carolina, and he says, "How do you work with green screens in Resolve?"
Do you guys have any? Is that easy or to throw up? Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
I could, yes, I could definitely. Resolve made in 17 brought the 3D keyer into the edit page, which makes it really nice now. What I could do is demo that once I find a green screen file. We can circle back to that question, but just a general answer is that the 3D keyer is now built in the edit page. But previously, you had to either go into the color page or the fusion page to do green screen. So I'd like to show that because it's pretty cool. And I know you're a green screen aficionado, Alex. So
well, and generally, what? Well, go ahead, Mark.
No. Go ahead. Finish that thought.
Generally, the when we say a 3D keyer, and I don't know the math behind the one that's in Resolve, but generally 3D keyers mean they're geometric keyers. And what that does is if you think of color in a geometric, in a 3D space, in a cube, you have, this is the way Primat used to work, which is the Primat patent ran out a long time ago. So it's when 3D keyers, they can't say Primat keyer, but it's probably pretty close. The way the Primat keyer worked was 128 sided ball, basically. And as you sample things that I want to keep or get rid of, it would shape that ball would turn into literally, if you were able to visualize it, a 3D shape inside of the color space that was just identifying what was going to be removed and what was going to be kept. And so you would have this, and you had a bunch of different ways of doing that. And so it's a very high resolution way to do a key, because it's not, when you deal, there's basically three major ways of keying. One is chroma key, which is the worst. I mean, this is what most little things do. And that's just grabbing a color. Like a color in a range is kind of all chroma key does. A linear key takes the two of the channels that are not the primary, whatever, if it's green screen or blue screen, it combines them, mixes them 50-50, or you can adjust that, but generally 50-50, then subtracts it from that primary. That's a linear key. And that's actually how Ultimat works. It's how, it's got a lot of extra tools. I'm simplifying it, but how Ultimat basically works, how the keyers work inside of the ATEM. Those are linear keys. And so both are very powerful, but definitely it could be argued that one of the most powerful ones is the geometric keyers, because they can really build a very complex relationship in the color space of what you want to get rid of. And you're not limited to blue or green. You can actually identify almost any color, because it's not based on primary colors. The linear key is very based on, it really needs to be blue or green or red. If you're doing, there's some reasons to do red, but a geometric keyer means that you can grab anything. Anyway, so go ahead, Mark.
I was just going to say, if I think a great place to start, especially if you're an editor, is with the 3D keyer, because you can use it right in the edit page or the color page. But the delta keyer in the fusion page is really outstanding. And if you have more complex keys that require some more work, I definitely recommend checking out the delta keyer.
That's great. Let's go to the, while Steve is pulling up a screen to show us, let's go ahead and jump to the next question.
So we've got James Fosling from Minneapolis who says, is the speed editor for cut page training useful?
Having done the core training.
Well, yeah.
So if you have having done the core training, the question is it now useful, or how useful is it?
I think it's really useful because you're extrapolating what you already knew about how to use the cut page in our training and moving it over to a physical piece of hardware. And I'll just be honest. I tell people all this time, I found the cut page far more useful with the piece of hardware. It's really designed for a piece of hardware. I find it really clunky just using the mouse. And there's like 4 different ways you could use the keys in the speed editor that, once you understand them, make you really fast in the cut page. So, the dial modes, to be able to actually use the dial to spin out and edit and trim it, and be able to, paint, what they call paint on multicam angles using the button in the dial. I think it's just a different way of thinking about how you would do an edit. And so, yeah, I would definitely recommend, if you have a speed editor, you really need to get the training, because it's, we really help you understand how it works with a cut page.
And with the speed editor, I mean, with the hardware, you can do multicam inside the cut editor. I mean,
okay, really good question. A lot of people have a misunderstanding about how a multicam edit works in the cut page. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like a standard multicam where you're playing back the angles and you cut to angle 2, cut to angle 3, and it happens like this, right? It's just instantaneous. In the cut page, it's much more about finding where you want to cut, going to that angle, and then what they call painting on the angle. So you're holding down a button and you're choosing an angle and you're painting it on with a dial, then going to the next angle and painting that angle. It's far less, organic. And so people are used to coming from a multicam world. They're going to be frustrated. I was. In fact, I tell Blackmagic, I said, I would never use this for a multicam edit. That's how frustrating it is. I go, if you guys make those buttons, if you make it work in a standard multicam clip in the edit page, now we're talking, because now I can play it and hit a button.
It'd be amazing.
2, hit a button 3,
amazing.
But it doesn't do that. And so I find it frustrating. So, just being honest here, I wouldn't use it for multicam edit because it takes you out of the context of real-time cutting.
Yeah. Go ahead, Roscoe.
But don't you think they were thinking in terms of their mini ISOs, where you're going to come in already with the XML and the edit's going to be there? You're just really painting, or in other words, coloring that already existing edit. I think that's just where their mindset was. I agree with you, Steve.
I agree. That's where their mindset is.
Thinking.
But that's crazy. Right. It's their thinking, and they didn't talk to editors, because I don't know any better editor that works that way. I mean, if I have a piece of music, I want to cut.
Yeah.
I find it almost impossible to cut with that way. So anyway, they already know my feelings about it.
We'll get to
them. Yeah. And how hard is it? This is just a general question. How hard is it to the swap? I have an ISO now, and I haven't dived into doing it yet. I'm planning to soon. How hard is it to do the swap from the 6K footage to the ISO? So the ISO, I've got a bunch of cameras, and I'm going to record the whole thing. It's going to record H.264. It's going to record the whole edit. And what I want to do is take all those H.264 sources out and replace them with 6K footage. And how hard is that to do?
It's super easy. In fact, you don't even have to replace the MP4s. Every one of your cameras is an MP4, right? So it's an H.264. And what's great about Resolve will create a DRP file, right? But before you actually open the DRP file, all you have to do is find the BRAW versions of those same ISOs. I'll send you a link out, and you just move them into that same folder so that Resolve will see them. That's all you have to do. And then when you launch the DRP, you'll see the ISOs, and then you just swap it out. There's a little toggle. You swap it out to the 4K, to the raw version of the same ISO file. So there's one step where you have to move the BRAW into a directory, and then
it lines them all up.
Yes, it lines them up perfectly with time code, and that's the one advantage to using Blackmagic cameras, is that, everything's, when you go in the ISO, it's recording time code for every one of those ISOs. And that's what makes everything work perfectly.
And it's also driving that time code to the cameras.
Yes, it's driving the time code to the cameras.
Right.
And that's why I think it works so well.
Yeah, I'm hoping Sky's looking really carefully at what I'm talking about here. So anyway, you know, because if we had a bunch of Blackmagic cameras and you could have at least the home one.
I was 3 time codes ahead of you.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, go ahead, Roscoe.
I was going to say, and if you do have a wild file that somehow you forgot to bring over, there is a relink command, which will take that exact thing and put it exactly where you want it.
That's great. Next question.
Tlalak Miguel Lopez Waterman from New York says, can you recommend a plugin or series of plugins to increase the output options on the delivery page? I would love an HAP codec option.
Can you tell us, Tlalak, what an HAP codec is?
What is that?
You can't hear you.
App codec is a codec that is oftentimes used in some of our playback stuff for Zadora and QLab, and it would just really be helpful to be able to come right out after you do a render and right into the playback.
What's the advantage of the HAP codec?
I'm not 100% sure. It's just something that the manufacturer of Isadora has asked us to use.
Go ahead, Charles.
From my experience, it's used for a live broadcast. That was its intent, but I haven't seen it used that much. But that's the history of it from my short understanding of it. It's mostly for live broadcast.
And of course, jumping to hap.video, it looks like what its a big advantage is that it leverages the GPU over the CPU. So you can have, if you've got GPU, it'll be able to actually use it for playback, which would make sense. Go ahead, Roscoe.
That makes all kinds of sense.
QLab doesn't, QLab can literally have 15 screens being pushed all at the same time. You don't want to put a lot of load on the CPU when it's doing that. So you want to be able to offload it all to GPUs.
There you go.
Is one example.
And do we know if there's any way to export HAP? And how do you have to convert it to lock?
I've been using an AVR converter. There's not very many good options, and I was just as I started to use Resolve more and more because I'm liking it a lot. I was just hoping that there was a way to drop in a plugin that could make that happen right on the delivery page. But
I don't believe there's a third party. I don't believe there's a way to do that. It doesn't mean it's possible, but I don't know what it is.
What I would do, Tlalak, is figure out the best place to put a support request at Blackmagic's website, and come back to us and tell us where that is, and then we will.
There's quite a few on there already, so I'm gonna put my 2 cents in, and then I'll tell you where it is.
You just tell us where that is. Not today, but on Monday, you let us know where that is, and we'll start pushing some energy towards a single post. Go ahead, Roscoe.
I gotta say, I don't. There are ways that you can change the export defaults. I don't know that the HAP. I've never looked for the HAP codec in there, but there are ways that you can set up the exports to be customized. So I will put a link into a video that will show you.
Good. Next question.
Tlalak is back again with a follow-up. What is the lowest CPU tasking alpha channel delivery option?
I think on a Mac, it'll be Apple ProRes because the whole system is designed for it. At least the M1s and probably most of the modern architecture is all designed to support Apple ProRes. I know that Apple ProRes it sounds crazy, but for years we've learned that to do for real-time playback, Apple ProRes will play back better than H.264 because it doesn't have to, the whole system is designed to support Apple ProRes, and it has to decompress and or decode H.264. So especially where we really started noticing that is at 4K. At 4K, Apple ProRes was like, as long as your drive was fast enough, it'll play it back perfectly. And H.264 would start chunking up, especially at 60 frames a second. So any other notes from Mark or Steve? Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
It'll even play. I just did a bunch of testing with Apple ProRes RAW, and you get great playback with Apple ProRes RAW, where you won't even be able to play H.264 if it's 10-bit, especially if it's 422. Well, HEVC if it's 422 will be very difficult, but ProRes RAW will play back great.
Yep. Yeah, because it doesn't have to do the decode operation. Steve?
Yeah, ProRes, that would, I don't think I have anything to add to that. ProRes is a great codec for,
Yeah. And maybe HAP. We don't know. We have to. Does HAP support alpha?
Yeah.
It's really interesting. I don't understand how I've gone for so long and not knowing that this codec exists. I've heard of it before. I think there was something like I had to deliver in HAP, or someone delivered it to me in HAP, and there was like a what the what, like for like a couple days, and then I was like, I'm never using that again. I didn't even know what it was for. I just remember having to deal with it. Go ahead, Mickey.
Oh, what container does HAP have a container, or is it a .hap file?
No, it can go into multiple different kinds of containers.
We'll have to do some more research on that. Next question.
And
go ahead, Talak.
So what I ended up having to do this past week is instead of exporting an alpha channel, I just exported it with a green background and then had Isadora chroma it out. I mean, so
we've all been there. And the hardest part is if it's not 444, you're gonna end up with stair stepping, at 422 output. Do you have a 444 output?
Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Yeah. Next question.
James Fosline from Minneapolis, Minnesota says, can we access our purchase tutorial for Resolve on Ripple training at any time? I once had a Final Cut training from you, but don't see that referenced when I log in.
When you log in, there's a library, and every tutorial you've ever purchased, even ones that are now defunct in terms of versions, are still in there. So if you purchased a Final Cut, or Resolve 15, it's still in your library. There's a tab that says library, and you should see a list of everything you purchased. If you're not seeing them, all I would say is just email support at Ripple Training, and we'll look into if it's an issue, why it's not there. We'll fix it for you.
That's great. Next question.
Sky Gleason from Seattle says, Steve, Mark, I love your class and the effort you put into this training. I want to work harder at your great training, but time has been an issue for me. What 3 things should I look into first on your Resolve training, then the next 3 things after that in your class?
I'm like Mark answer. I feel like I'm doing all the talking today.
Well, the obvious thing would be to do the core training. You do the Resolve core training, and then it really depends on where your interest is and what you want to get better at. Is if you're primarily audio, Fairlight. If our Fusion training is version 16, but the only change in Fusion going to Resolve 17 is you can have audio in the Fusion page and you can work with shapes, but there's no change in anything. So that if you're into wanting to learn more about motion graphics and visual effects, I would go to that. Otherwise on the edit page. But honestly, the core training itself, as you guys probably know, take you a while to digest. There's a lot there. And then you can choose, it really depends on where you want to go, because it's a deep app, and depends on where
it's a Swiss Army knife. And again, as an editor of decades on many different platforms, I appreciate that, because each vertical bucket used to be its own software and own discipline, and now we've got access to audio, we've got access to graphics, so that's a good point. So core training, and also the bad habits that I'm bringing forward from my past, I want to know where the new buttons are and why they're efficient. And so Steve, you being blunt with the edit thing and what works and what doesn't work, that's huge insight, because I keep trying to make the software work, and it's like, no, it wasn't designed to do it that way. It's like, but they're called it editor.
Go ahead, Roscoe.
My Ripple training catalog goes back to version 12. And if you go to version 12, you have 4 tabs, okay, which is editing, editing, color, delivery, and I don't think there's an audio tab. What is the 4th tab? There's 4 tabs. Anyways, those are the 4. Yeah. You can skip over the cut page, and you can skip over the motion page and go right to the core of the editing. So it's,
well, I remember the joke was, really, does Resolve was going to put editing, and then the next year they actually kept working on it, unlike Premiere and the other editing tools. So yeah, that it's got all of the assets. It's pretty cool.
it's funny when they first came out with an editor,
Oh yeah, everybody mocked that. The mocking.
Well, it was because it was like they were kind of stepping on some toes with Apple. It's like, well, it's not really an editor. It's more of a finisher. It's like you go in and you need to finish stuff on the timeline, and then the next year, like, it add more features. Next year, it's a full blown editor. Yeah. you can see who they were going, right.
I was there.
It was literally Final Cut 7 is what it was.
It was exactly what it was.
Yeah. Next question.
Bobby Rafferty from Rockville, Maryland asks, is Resolve the only video editor that works with the BRAW format natively, or are there any other options?
Natively, it's only Resolve right now.
None that I know of.
No, it's Resolve.
Yep, go ahead, Charles.
So I'll take it from the color side. There is a company, SGO, that makes Mystica, which is a color grading finishing tool, which is an amazing thing. I mean, but yeah, that one is the only one that I can think of that I know that is using BRAW. But that's more of a finishing tool, not a strict editor.
Next question.
Gordon Lake from Los Angeles, California says, what would you recommend using the tools in Resolve for titles and graphics, or get a third-party package? Would you recommend using tools in Resolve or get a third-party package?
I would recommend learning how to use the tools in Resolve, specifically in the Fusion page. For doing that, I find the tools are fairly limited, but I find the third-party tools, at least compared to something like Final Cut, the availability of third-party titles and effects is a small fraction of what you can do in something like Final Cut. But the Fusion page allows you to do a fair amount of motion graphics. It just takes some getting used to because it doesn't work anything like you might expect to do titling because it's node-based.
I feel like I've really missed out. I have to sit down on the Fusion page because I've just been busy and it hasn't been something that's been hot for me. But given that I'm a nodal, I have to do motion graphics and I love nodes. I feel like I should be living inside of Fusion. I just haven't had time to dig into it. Charles?
Fusion is awesome, so definitely jump into it. For my heavier graphics, where I need to bring in a camera or anything, a lot of it I still do inside of After Effects, and I spit that out. That would be my suggestion, depending on the difficulty and the extent of the project you're trying to tackle. That would be it.
And I have to admit, almost all my work is in motion right now. So that's, I do some heavy lifting. There's certain things that motion doesn't do very well, like motion blur, which is really funny that a thing called motion would not do motion blur very well, but it doesn't. And so if I have heavy motion blur and a handful of other tools, I still do in After Effects, but for the most part, I do it in motion. And I do feel like I'd enjoy Fusion. I just haven't had enough time to learn it. Go ahead, Mark.
Just to mention that the motion blur in the Fusion page is much better than in motion. And also the Fusion page has a full 3D environment where you can very easily connect cameras and lights and cast shadows and do all those things that if you're used to doing it in After Effects or motion, it'll be pretty intuitive once you just get the nodal aspect. It's actually easier with nodes there because you can throw them all, connect them to the same merge 3D node, and you just drop them in and it pretty much works.
Almost everything's easier in nodes, in my opinion. So it's just because you can see what you're doing, all the time. What does it support? What model formats does Fusion support?
Maybe Charles knows more about this. It'll take FBX, but you don't always get all the textures and everything. And I don't know what else. I just know the FBX. I'm not sure about USDZ.
USDZ would be a great add. Schy?
I think isn't EXR? Is that a frame file format?
I don't think EXR. I think might be capable of supporting.
I think that's how we were getting EXR files, and that would
with 3D.
3D. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but to my question, the integration of Resolve with other tools, unlike other Apple products, this tool. Now we're back. When I walked into a Flame room, $1 million edit suite, and I looked over here and the guy had a After Effects because he said, oh yeah, the titling ability that I can do on that So I would do all my compositing in the Flame because it had the heavy iron horsepower, but he would still do his titles. Now this was 10 years ago. So I'd be very curious, Mark and Steve, what is the collaborative abilities of an After Effects and how integrated, push and pull on that question? Because using a right tool for the right job rather than forcing, the tool to not do something it's still growing into.
I think people are going to continue to use After Effects because they're going to use a tool that they're familiar with and they're fast on it and they know the keyboard shortcuts. And you move into a nodal compositing environment, and I'm sure Alex can attest to this. The beauty of a nodal environment is it's like this giant, you don't have this pancake. You're spilling layers open all the time to try to figure out kind of where in your composite you need to adjust something. I love the fact you're pretty much looking at everything there and its relationship to everything else. And the fact that you can use one node and connect it in different ways to other nodes. I think once people understand that, put the commitment into learning it, they're going to be like, holy crap, how did I not, you know how to do this, because it saves so much time and you're not always spilling open. I think look, I have nothing against After Effects, but dude, it's been around since, I remember having Cosa After Effects. It's been around since like the early 90s. I mean,
I think it just passed its 30th. I think it's at its 30th year, because I think that I know I wasn't using 1.0 and I was using it in 1992.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Cosa.
I think, I don't know. I think it's the interfaces. So many people use it, but man, I think it needs a new foundation. It really does.
Right. Especially if you're going to start. The one place that we've had a little bit of trouble is trying to do high dynamic range work in After Effects is painful, like not usable. Like, don't do that. Like, and so again, because we're really interested in HDR and in surround, is one of the reasons that I want to have us learning Resolve. I mean, that is the reason that I put Resolve into the group, was that I want to play with both of those things more effectively. Talak?
Yeah, the nodal side of things is really great for me, because that's what Isadora is, and I spend so much time in Isadora. And so if I once I get the translation figured out, like the things that are different, I think I'll be off to the races. I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah. Next question.
Ray Maxwell from Vancouver, British Columbia, and here on the panel today says, I just got my 6K Pro and got a studio copy of Resolve 17. When I installed it, I lost my training project and cannot find it. Help.
My training project. Okay, there two things. One is that, and this is people who are new to Resolve. This is a little bit confusing. I probably should share my screen. That would probably help. Let me see here. This window right here, this project manager, in Premiere, in Final Cut 7, you'd have one project file, you just double click into and open. Everything kind of goes through this window in Resolve. This project manager is like, I call it a vault. It's a vault of everything that you're working on, right? So what you need to do is go back to the project manager and locate it. And if you're not seeing it here, you can control click and then you just go import project, then you navigate to wherever that project is. And now in the tutorial, I have the project and I have teaser 1 and teaser 2. If you're doing teaser 1, actually, if you're doing teaser 2, let me back up one step. There should be like a folder. Oh, it is edit page DRP. So you go there and there's your DRP file. So you're going to open that and it's going to open up inside. By the way, I already have it. So it says copy, but it's going to open up inside the project manager. And so from here on out, you're going to open all the projects from in here rather than going back to where it exists in your file system. So that's my answer.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, I named it Teaser 1 originally.
Yeah.
And I have done a global search on my computer for Teaser 1, Teaser-1, Teaser, everything under the sun, and I can't find the project file. That's my problem, because I found the import project,
right,
but I could not find the file, or if you give me the file extension or any other clues. I see Mark there.
Go ahead, Mark. I can't hear you, Mark.
So I'm in my project manager here. Is you may have multiple databases. So Steve's right. This is the project manager where you manage everything. But if you click this tiny little window over here, it'll reveal your databases. So one thing you could check, if you upgraded from 16 to 17, you might have updated your databases. You may have other databases over here. So I would just suggest that you go check that, because you can have multiple databases, each with their own projects, which is what I do on purpose to organize my work here.
Yeah, I just went from 17 free version to 17 Studio, so it's but I can't, I'm gonna have to go back to the very beginning and start over, or if I can't.
No. Well, you shouldn't have to start over, and let me show you why. And let me go back to this. Okay, so I just showed you how to go to that DRP file. I'm going to open the copy. I'm going to open this here. Okay, this is the terminology is a little weird in Resolve 17 because no, I don't want to go there for a second. So these right here, when you open it, all your media is going to be offline. But to make it easy for you, I've included timelines for every single lesson. There's 24 different timelines. So you can, as you're following along, all you have to do is relink this media. So that project file I showed you, just relink this by going over here and just relink clips for selected bin, and then navigate to where the media files are, which I just showed you where they are. Link to them, and then you have every timeline for every project. I don't believe there's any point in the tutorial I actually have you save at the very end a project file. So you should have everything you need right here.
Okay, so the timelines will reappear?
Yes. See, the timelines are your work, right? So all your timelines are right there.
Right.
So just email me at support. If you're still stuck, we'll walk you through it. We'll help you through it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Next question.
Charles Klein from New York City says, Stephen Mark, on Macs, how do you manage the gamma shift on renders?
And this is gamma shift at H.264 in general?
Yeah, so I'm wondering how they manage it, because in 16, we developed a pipeline where our FSI monitor, our screen monitor, and our stills that we grabbed and our renders, they all matched. And when I went to 17, after I had some downtime for about a day and a half, that same pipeline no longer worked, and there's a slight gamma shift. Now, I was able to fix it on a project that I just did, and I'm trying to recall what it was that I did, and I'm wondering if you guys have gone through a similar issue, if you're dealing with all the different monitors going from 709 2.4 to an sRGB screen, which is what a Mac is, to a QuickTime render with the proper tags.
Here.
My understanding is the issue with it's a QuickTime gamma shift, you do Rec 709-A instead of Rec 709 is one fix for that.
But Charles, are you going out to Rec 709 or are you going out to BT 2020?
This is for a 709, but even if your project is set to 2.4 and then I put 709A, there is a shift. And there was a trick that we found the other day where we added a last node and shifted the gamma. It looked wrong momentarily on the screen, but then when you turned that off after you rendered, your render and your screen matched. And that was a fix that we found, and I'm wondering if you guys have run into anything similar.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, there was something working on a recent project as well in Resolve. There was something that we had to change in the general. I don't have Resolve in my machines here at the moment. But there was a setting in the general menu of Resolve, and I'll know what it's called when I see it, and I will.
It's funny. I'm looking for that, Mickey, right now because I know what you're talking about, and I'm
Yeah,
like, as you're saying it, I'm like, I know what's in here. I gotta find it.
Do you mind the screen sharing that? Because yeah, when I see that it's 2 check boxes that we had to check there.
I know exactly.
Yeah.
What you're talking
I
about.
think
That's
I heard
to
it.
use the Mac system color profile thing, and and that doesn't quite fix the issue. And then when I brought it up to some of the color scientists that I know, they were like, "Yeah, that's a thing."
Yeah, it's that one. Use 10-bit precision viewers and also use Mac display color profiles. That's what we had to change. I don't know if this is exactly what you're talking about, but we had to check that for those two for a recent project.
Yeah. So this is it.
Great. Next question.
Ray Maxwell is back again. What is the name of the folder where the resolved databases are stored?
The name of the folder. It's stored in the documents folder, I believe. Let's see. It's local on your local system. Mark, do you know off the hand? Let's see here. I'm just taking a quick look here. All right, so let me share my screen again. Okay, to share screen. Yeah, share. Here we go. So I'm in the project manager window. I have the databases revealed. I'm working off a local database here. If you control or right click on that database, reveal in Finder, and it will take you to where that database is. Okay, so here it's you can see the path here, but it's called Resolve Disk Database. That's the folder, and it's in an application support folder in my library, my user library. Application support, Blackmagic Design, DaVinci Resolve Resolve Disk Database. So that's where it is.
You can put them anywhere you want.
You can, yeah.
In the old Avid world, that was always the first thing you would do is kill the database so it would rebuild it. I would assume that'd be a very bad thing in this case.
Yeah. that would be a bad thing. Go TJ and then Mickey.
So Ray, I did similar to you where I had the free version and then I upgraded to the studio version. And fortunately for me, the project stayed right where I had put it, and I had put it on my desktop. Did you maybe put it on a drive that is not mounted by any chance?
No, I put it on an external drive, but it was mounted.
Okay, Mickey. And we'll take this as support. Well, Ray, just I think just ping. I think we'll keep. I think it's enough of a edge case. We'll keep moving. We have one more question here before we go, and we're gonna try to get Steve to show his green screen after that. Tommy says, is there anything in the works for nodal Fairlight editing? Oh boy, Fairlight audio, or Fusion means. I actually feel like. My opinion, which will never happen, is that you have a company that owns a nodal compositor, and then they have Fairlight, and to Tommy's point, a nodal the ability to manage nodal effects, like be able to take. We've been wanting this for a long time, and I guess the BSS 806 is going to do a lot of that for us. Basically, having a nodal compositor for audio where I have a bunch of inputs. I just define what those inputs are, and then I have a bunch of processing, and I can use all the processing around it and pull it all together and have it. And then I have a bunch of outputs, and those outputs can be pulled out of any node to wherever I'm at. To me, would be life changing. I think most traditional audio folks would not enjoy that because they don't know it'd be like taking someone from After Effects and giving them Shake, which was always painful. But being able to create by just being able to pull all the things together and decide how they're all going to interact, you can. In a nodal compositor, you can build much more complex relationship between images, and I can imagine that being the same case for audio. Yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I'm just like trying to think through what a UI for that might be, because like with a film we have hundreds and hundreds of tracks, and that would equate to thousands of nodes. So it's hard for me to imagine
Yeah,
like how
I
a
mean,
UI for that.
so like a
might-
comp, just to put it in perspective, like a film comp will have high hundreds, low thousands of nodes. Like, you know, so it's like that doesn't, you know, like you know, because you're and instead of your layers of tracks, we would have, now some of them would be just this goes in and out. But if you, anytime you add an effect, you would just add them to the node. And what you end up with is this huge workspace full of them that represent different tracks, and you can kind of group the tracks over here. I mean, this is for video or imagery, but you can group the tracks here, group the tracks there, and pass them all through, and then change how they're. But you can have the volume over here affect something, some random input over here. You know, so you can create all kinds of creative expressions of what that looks like. Steve, are you ready to show us green screen before we run to the top of the hour? Okay. I want to.
Hang on. All right. So you see my daughter there on green screen, right? All right. So basically, I'm in the edit page. This is something that was added, that was new. And I placed, as typical in any pancake editor, you have the green screen on track 2 and you have the background on track 1. The keyer is actually found in the, what's called the toolbox under open effects filters. And there it is, appropriately it's called the 3D keyer. So what I did is just take it and make sure I didn't apply it already. Let me move moving this out of the way here. So you take the 3D keyer and you throw it on the green screen clip, just like I did. Select the green screen clip. Then you got to go to the effects tab of the inspector and I'll make sure I don't have it applied twice. No, I don't. So there's 3D keyer. See it? It's applied. Now, what you have to do to work with the keyer is down here, this little pop-up menu. You just click on that and you have to turn on what's called Open Effects Overlay. So I just do that. And all you got to do is just I think Alex described it personally. It's working in a kind of a 3 color cube. So you just click and you just drag a line, boop. And then you find like, well, maybe it's a little bit, boop. And each time I drag, it's pulling out more of that green. Now you can see how there's some fringing around Rachel here. And all I need to do is I go over here and just go, and this is pretty, boop, despill. I get an excellent key with like 3 clicks. So there's my 3D keyer. I can go, there's some other options in here. Let me just, I always find it helpful to expand the inspector so you can see more of the controls. I actually got them during the beta cycle to add these controls. There were no hardly any MatFest or hardly any garbage mat controls. They're like, oh, you can out of the box. Like, no, you guys have to put this stuff in the keyer. So under output, you got your composite, you have your black and white, and that's a pretty, you can see here now, I got some work to do, but I can either throw a garbage mat on that or I can, add some additional
one of the
lines.
That's where, well, with the matte finesse, are you, and this is where a lot of times here, hold on, let me see if I can.
There's my matte finesse right there.
Hold on, let me, but Mickey's kind of taking over the screen, right? But what I was going to do is if let's see here. So, Steve, can you keep that sharing? Oh, can Mickey? Can we do that? Can you see what I was trying to do there, Steve? If you share your screen again,
appear on a small.
Are you able to
call this window?
Are you able to Steve, are you able to cut to your? Is this going through an ATEM or is it?
No,
just,
it's not. It's not going through an ATEM.
I was going to start marking up. So what I was going to say is that if you think about this in what a lot of times we do multiple keys, and I don't know what that one can do, is we build core mats. So we pull the key and then we push the contrast up really high. So what we want to do is get this inside part, but the key will literally look like that inside of me. Like it'll be like we pull the key and then just pull it in, like contract that key there. And then we also do another key, but then we go out this way. And that's what we call a procedural garbage mat. And that way, without having to draw anything, I have this key, which gets rid of everything out here, this key, which makes sure all of this is white. And then what that allows me to do is the key that does this doesn't have to worry about any of those things. It only worries about the edges, which is the most important part. By you're doing this core mat and this key, and then this one, you just add those on top. Now we usually do those as separate nodes, But the I don't know if it could do it inside of that or not. Go ahead, Mark. And that's where, by the way, a nodal compositor, I'm sure I could do that in Fusion in a heartbeat. Like that's what what we do is we just think of those keys. Like we used to have key light in Shake, and we would just throw one on and throw one on and throw one on and just do all the keys and then just add them all up.
Just a little comment on this key. I mean, what resolves what Blackmagic's intention is your average editor needs to do a quick key, and they want to make it as simple as possible.
And it works great that way. Yeah,
and it works, and that's really what it's for. I mean, obviously you've got a lot of control, but look, there's a whole other keyer in Fusion that blows this thing away.
All right.
The Delta keyer for one, and so it really depends on what you need to do. I think for a quick key, I think it's a really good key. I'm pretty impressed with it.
Very good. Yeah, absolutely. I was just talking about those edges and procedural keys. And
hey, look, it's Steve Vai. Oh,
yes. Yeah, I just wanted to show you in the Fusion page, there's, you've got your garbage mat, you've got your holdout mat in this case. So it's super easy to draw these shapes and animate them or track them in order to create your composite in the Fusion page if you need to go a little bit further. And this Delta keyer is just, it's got a huge amount of control to adjust. So the 3D keyer is probably going to handle 90% of good keys, but when you need to go a little further, Fusion page makes it really easy. In fact, I mean, it looks like there's a lot of nodes in here, but really here's just a green screen and the Delta keyer. Boom, once you know kind of how to work through it and what to adjust, it's pretty quick.
Hey Mark, which tracking do you like better, in the editor or in the Fusion? Because when I saw what the tracking capabilities just in the basic editorial of Resolve, it was kind of magical, considering we used to have to go out to third party to get the tracking data, to get it back in, and it's all inside of one place. Do you have a preference between?
Well, it depends what you're trying to do. In the color page, if you're just tracking a face to do a power window, that's great. But in the Fusion page, you've got point trackers, you've got planar trackers with perspective and corner pinning, and you've got a 3D camera tracker as well. So you can track and solve 3D scenes in order to place elements in where there's camera motion. So there's a lot of options in the Fusion page for that.
Yeah, planar trackers are magical once you understand them. They're awesome.
That's great. That's awesome, guys. Oh, good. Talk.
Just one question. So when you're going from left to right, from the cut page to the edit page to the Fusion page, you have to then go back left in order to put your Fusion work into the timeline, or does that happen automatically?
The Fusion work will flow back into the edit page. So everything flows back and ends up in the edit page. The thing you need to be a little bit careful with your workflow when working with Fusion is how you send clips to the Fusion page. If you just place your playhead over a clip in the edit page, it'll show up in the Fusion page. And then that will flow to the color page. And then that flows back to the edit page automatically. But if you have multiple clips you're trying to send to the Fusion page, to the Fusion page from the edit page, it's a little bit more complicated. You want to just bring them in directly in the Fusion page, because it'll always just send one clip to make it fast and easy for a single clip. The other thing that can get tricky, if you want to color correct a clip before having it in the Fusion page, then you basically need to pre-comp it if you want to sort of bypass that operation. But then the process is edit, Fusion, color, back to the edit page.
Copy that. Thank you.
Is the original philosophical concept of we used to have one room, one person, one machine, and then they would have to integrate somehow, and now we're in this umbrella ubiquity of collaborative.
Well, at some point, the pipeline has to be calculated. In the end,
there we go.
Every pixel has to be calculated in some order. So and so if
there we go.
And so otherwise you can't. Otherwise you end up in a circular problem. And so I think it has to go some direction. And so yeah. Thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate the time that you guys have spent with us answering our questions.
Alex, I want to say we're releasing our Fairlight on 17 this week, so I should get that. So yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff in it.
I sat in Mary Plumer's a little bit of her class this week, and I was like, oh, I really got to dig into this. There was I didn't get to sit in as much as I wanted to, but it was it looked really good. Do you touch on Atmos?
Surround on what? You say
on
surround.
Atmos surround, yeah.
No, that's one subject that I think we're going to do a separate breakout just because it's such a tweaky subject, and there's a use cases for it. Like I know you have a use case for it for sure. And honestly, that's a subject that, it's definitely something I'm really fuzzy on. I have to do a lot of research on to figure out, because my knowledge with Dolby is as much as I learned last week. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Didn't know that. Didn't know that.
Well,
so.
and yeah, the thing that I'm really interested in there is that I think that both Vision, because of what Apple's doing, both Vision and Atmos are going to blow up. And I think that, I don't know when, but I would be blown away if by the end of the year we don't have Atmos music inside of music, right? Instead of just
in your car. In your car.
Well, they just announced that, right? They just had that. That was what, 2 weeks ago, that app, or maybe it was last week or the week before, that they announced Atmos in the car, and so but just the AirPods is the big thing that just now, and so I'm already thinking about. I have some stuff that I get to do with surround, and I just want to make sure that I'm like when I'm putting up graphics, like between shows and everything else, I'm trying to learn how to put it all around you so you can hear it all, bouncing around and and anyway, so but for us figuring that out has been a big piece of the puzzle. So your Fairlight comes out next week?
Yeah, it'll be out next week.
And what are the other training?
I'll send you guys a code. If you guys want a code, I'll just give you a code, and you guys want to get it, I'll give you just, and then you guys. That way, you guys, I don't lie. You guys, I'm going to make you pay full price for it. I'll just give you, because I'm part of your tribe now.
Thank you. That's awesome. Well, if you give us a code for either a lot of the training or just one specific one, whatever you want to do, that'd be great. And it would be fantastic. So let us know. That's great. Thank you guys. I
thought he's going to do it now. Pen and paper is in hand. I'm ready to write it down.
Well, we'll send it out in the email. We'll put it out.
I don't know what the code is yet.
Yeah, the code. He's got to make up the code. Yeah. So, and what are the? So you have color. You have a color management one as well. Is that one out?
That is. You should. That's Mark was touting that last week. It's a must watch Alexis Van Herkman. I sent you guys, if you haven't you need to see that tutorial. So I'll get a code for you for that one as well. And
right.
And then Mark's working on advanced color grading, which is 6 hours of stuff. I mean, it's pretty.
When is the advanced?
You're like Santa. You're just throwing stuff out. Awesome.
When's the advanced color grading due? Next week? Next week, Mark?
Yeah. Not next week.
This is the what we call the advanced color grading is what we call the pre-Charles conversation. So we go through the color grading, then we'll go through the advanced color grading, and then we can really grill Charles on. I don't understand. Charles is waiting to.
Awesome.
So
we should do something together when that's out.
I think Mark. I think you should do like a introduction to Fusion class, just where you just show us stuff. I think it'd be cool.
I'd love to do that. If you guys want to, if you guys are interested in doing an hour where you just kind of introduction to Fusion and show us some cool things, just let me know when. We're doing in this time slot. We're doing Unreal starting next week for a month, but we could do it after this time slot, or we could do it on we could find another day or figure it out. But just let me know.
Okay.
Alex is going to be busy the Saturday evenings after the 17th for 8 weeks.
I can still go to if I don't get graphics in the last minute. If I don't get graphics until the last minute, I can go until about 1 o'clock, and then I have to go over to the studio.
Sir, yes, sir. May I have another?
So we're anyway. So that'll be another fun project. All right, thanks guys.
That was fun.
Yeah,
thank you very much for having us. That was
really
great. Great to meet all you guys.
Yeah, you guys ever need a place to bounce stuff off of, check with us. We're always around.
Yeah, every day.
I gotta say,
thanks for all the audio help.
Yeah,
your classes have helped me acutely on projects already. So thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you.
That's great. All right, thanks to everyone for all the great questions. Thanks to the panelists for the great answers, and discussion. We've had a great morning, the long morning, only 6 hours, just like a little,
You're a machine. You're a machine, Alex. You really are.
Everybody here is. I mean, everyone's pulling. Yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
Thank you, TJ, for
well done, TJ.
the questions.
Yeah,
TJ picked up the scepter and ran with it.
Hope I did go proud.
Yeah. You did great. You did really, really well, TJ. So thanks so much. And of course, we're not taking tomorrow off. We've done so well. So we'll see you all. See a lot of you tomorrow morning or next week. All right. See you later.
Ciao.
Bye. Oh, there's a post show. Sorry, I forgot. This one goes so long. I forgot that I hadn't launched the post show, and then I realized, So this is the part where I realized that I'm not ready to do the next thing, and we call this stretching. And so if you do it well, you can sit here and you can look around, and you're trying to figure out where your show went, because we actually went longer than the show expected, and that becomes a big problem. And so you're clicking on it, and it's really hard to start. What's funny about this is that it's actually hard to start this is why I have so many registrations in the system, is that I can't get the link to actually start the event if we go too far past the start time. So then I have to register.